the baby is born, we all get to go home.
You need to decide right now who you are.
This place, it doesn't give, it takes.
Are you okay?
No, I don't think any of us are gonna be.
You said that you weren't gonna let this place break you. This place is one.
What is up, people? What is going on? Welcome back. We are here with the final episode of From. Got the usual suspects in the house, and we also have a special guest as well. Perp Minded is in the house. But first off, Brian, tell the people where they can find you, sir.
Hey, I'm 1/3 of Spoiler Kings. We go live Mondays and Thursdays, and now Saturdays apparently because we like Silo so much. Season 2, man, I mean, we are just doing everything right now. I'm watching movies, TV. There's been hella movies coming out. If you don't know, November, December, you're gonna get some Oscar-worthy movies. Come and see what we think about them.
Absolutely. Make sure you sub to his channel. Those guys do some great stuff over there. Returning again for the final episode is Nikisha. Nikisha, tell the people where they can find you. You're muted.
Already. I did that on purpose just to get it out of the way so nobody else would do it.
It's okay, don't worry.
I'm not a creator on YouTube. I'm just a fan. So I'm just happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
Always a pleasure to have you. Always a pleasure. Next up is we got Perp Minded. Perp Minded reached out like, yo, I want to get over here and come with Talk Lost and from What It Lost. And I was like, yeah, sure, absolutely. And I got to give him his props because if it wasn't for Perp Minded, I probably wouldn't have watched this show. So he was like, you got to watch From. You got to watch From. So big up respect to that. Tell them where they can find you, Mr. Perp Minded.
Yeah, man, I'm Perp Minded, of course. Some people may know me. I've been covering From since like day one. Yeah, I talk about just everything. I always try to recommend different movies and shows to people. Like I'll talk about like I've always recommended people to watch From, even like shows like The Leftovers and just different things that are out there and stuff like that. So that's what I pretty much do over there. So I appreciate you giving me the invite.
Not a problem. I mean, these guys go sub to Perp Minded. I actually didn't put his channel in the description, but I will definitely take care of that. So you guys make sure you sub to his channel. And Julie B Deep Dives is in the house as well. Julie, where can they find you?
Hi, it's Julie B Deep Dives. I am going to be doing my From live tomorrow night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern, and then I'm going to do. And also Cyborg Queen Media is going to be a guest on tomorrow's live. So I'm excited to introduce more people to their channel. And Friday, I'm going to do my second live on Friday because Thursday is Thanksgiving and nobody would watch. I don't personally care about Thanksgiving, but nobody would watch. So I'll move it to Friday around 10 o'clock p.m. Because I have a lot more to say. And Friday night, I'm going to be doing a giveaway also on my live. And I'm working on some major deep dives for this finale. It's going to be a big undertaking.
Excellent. Make sure you check out those videos too. And you're kind of right about Thanksgiving because I'm thinking about football tomorrow night. I know Brian's thinking the same thing, right? We're going to be sitting there watching some football tomorrow night.
In the morning time to nighttime.
Fact. But we are here to talk about From. We aren't here to talk about football. And before we get into all of it, I want to know what you guys thought about this episode. Brian, you start first.
Dude, the more I went back to look at it and really rewatch and see all the detail, they did a wonderful job with all the answers they give us, what still created more questions. But I didn't feel like, sometimes you feel like get a season finale and you're like, man, I didn't get anything I wanted out of this. I didn't feel that way. The only thing I wanted was more death. But besides that, everything else was great. I really enjoyed watching it and gave me 20 more minutes. I would have been happy with 20 more minutes. But this was a great finale still.
But they trolled us because wasn't it supposed to be like 73 minutes? That was the time.
Yeah, that's some bullshit.
Yeah.
That was some bullshit.
Julie, what did you think of the episode?
I thought it was fantastic. It was by far the best episode of the season, one of the best episodes of the entire show that I've ever seen. Completely exceeded my expectations, and I got everything I wanted out of it. I had no desire for more deaths. I didn't need them. I didn't even need Jim to go, to be honest. I wish he hadn't. I never thought I would actually be sad to see him go, but he got a raw deal. And honestly, like, I thought it was perfect. I thought the entire thing was perfection.
Yeah, I watched it again. I felt bad for Jim too. I can't lie. I kind of felt bad for Jim. Nikisha, what did you think?
I agree with Julie. It's one of the best episodes of the series, if not the best. I enjoyed it. I hope that the fandom can finally stop saying things are filler, because I think the writers have proved everything they are doing is intentional and every part of the story is important. We just might not know it yet. It was so good. I've only watched it once since the first time. I'm excited to go back and watch it again. I really want to watch the first episode and then come back to the finale and watch those two back to back and see what I might pick up on. I think it was really good. We got a lot of answers. I think it's so much. I think you're going to have to watch it several times to be able to process it all. And then still, there'll be stuff we don't get.
You think
So
we got too much answers?
I think they opened up the door to be able to tell so many more stories.
I agree. Do you think we got too much answers?
No such thing.
No way. I mean, I don't think so either. I agree with that. And yeah, for everybody that's been saying that the writers don't know what they're doing, they don't know where they're going with this. I honestly, like, if they're still saying that after this finale, then they're not paying attention at all, because this
100%.
finale made it completely clear that they have known where they were going from the very start. All of this was set up. All of this was orchestrated. Jim's death, Tabitha and Jade reincarnated, Fromville birthing Smiley, the time travel with Julie, the entire thing was all set in motion from the beginning. I can point to, and I'm going to be pointing to in my videos, all of the ways that this was set up. And honestly, like, anybody that doesn't see it really needs to actually pay attention and watch the show again, to be perfectly honest. I'm frustrated with seeing the continued, like, you know, unfair hate on this show. I don't understand it, because they literally showed us how they set all of this stuff up, and I thought it was genius.
I agree 100%. Perp minded.
I really enjoyed this season, even though there was like in the middle it was a little shaky. I think it started off really strong. There was like a little bit of a shaky like middle, but they landed the plane really well. And I second that with the whole like them not having answers and stuff like that. It's just like everything. This show shows you all the answers in front of you. It's just like we had to put the pieces together, just like the characters on the show. So that's what kind of made it very engaging and stuff like that. I just think a lot of people were just kind of impatient. Maybe if they would have released all the episodes, it would have, you would have like a little bit less complaints, because it's just like watching the show week to week. Yeah, I can understand like it being kind of frustrating, or it's not going the way that you want it to go. But I think they did a good job of just landing the plane for just the finale. Even though I'm still kind of a little irritated that they chose to put that new show up for like 13 minutes. I was thinking like, oh, we're gonna get a whole a little extra episode, but nah. It's just, other than that, it was I have a little nitpicks here and there, but I think they did a good job overall with the season.
Well, we definitely gonna get into it. We're gonna break down this episode. Said I would have done the wink emoji, but Elgin can't wink anymore. Really, really, it's too soon.
That's funny.
Did you notice the red baby Smiley hatching was red squid monster in the cave drawing?
Yeah,
I heard that, and is it? Or
people
I
have said that. I've heard that.
I think it's something else. What about you? You go ahead, Brian.
I don't know if I think it is probably that. I mean, we saw the man in yellow. We saw all those things. I am someone who truly believes almost 90% of all of our questions are answered in the beginning of the show, and all the stuff they show us, all the drawings and all the things they've shown us. Those are the answers. We just can't figure out what it means.
Absolutely. and we definitely gonna go back and try and figure out if we can find the answers, because there's also some new stuff that we learned in this episode, which is going to be interesting. Peter said, please like, subscribe, and share support for the channel. Absolutely 100 appreciated. What's up, Joshua? He said, I like that through Fromily Theory. Thank you very much. Hey, Tamika, how you doing? Thank you for popping in. Said, I really enjoyed this episode. Absolutely. And we're going to break it down because I love that this show kind of starts off where it left off, because we get, Boyd and Kenny, they're in here and they're making a plan to find Fatima. And Elgin comes in. Ellis comes in, my bad. So Elgin came in, and we were saying last week that, boy, he better realize that, he better realize that Elgin just slipped up, right? And he did come in there and do that. So I was glad at least he has some of his father's detective abilities in him. What do you think, Right?
You guys are just giving him all the shade in the world. I think he's done better as he's gotten older and he's gone along. It was, oh, Ellis is so stupid. No, he's young, but he's able to figure out things. You have to understand the trauma that he's been going through, so you got to put it in the right context. But when you talk about someone you love, especially you talking about you got married and your wife, you're going to take all those context clues and try to figure it out. One thing I'm happy about is that he brought it to his father instead of trying to go do something on his own. Because this show is notorious for letting people do, I learned something and then go do something on their own and be stupid, and the next thing you know, they're dead.
Facts, 100%. Julie, what'd you think? He finally did something good?
Yeah, I was relieved that she's not that dense, that he avoided, that he ignored that very obvious tell from Elgin. So thank you. I'm so relieved. Good job, Ellis.
Nikisha, what do you think? Was Ellis on point on this part of the show? Did he do the right thing?
He's fine. I think that he should be thanking Elgin. Boyd and Ellis need to thank Elgin for doing what they couldn't do. They were trying to keep her safe and isolated. That's what he did. He rescued her.
We're gonna get into your Elgin love in a minute, because we're gonna come on to there soon.
Because he don't deserve none.
This was smart because Kenny was about to he started questioning about, like, why was she out in the cabin, and he came and just clutched at the perfect moment to kind of like distract everything. But he's finally becoming useful, I would say, because I feel like they don't do much with Ellis's character like that. But there are some things that now looking back at is just like, maybe Boyd should have definitely took Ellis's kind of advice and telling people up front, because this is really, like, a lot of this stuff is Boyd's fault, like things that are getting escalated here and there and stuff like that. Because if he would have told people up front, maybe then
grab and put her in the box, and then he would out his daughter-in-law. I don't know
exactly.
Listen, there's gonna be no Boyd slander on this stream here tonight. All right, we're not doing that.
But really think about it. If he would have just came out and told everybody, you know what I'm saying, Fatima probably wouldn't have got snatched up like that. You know what I'm saying? Because she would probably still been at Colony House.
No, she would have been dead because they would have put her in the box.
But if she ended up dead, you know what I'm saying, there's no Smiley. So
yeah, but Boyd doesn't only care about his family. That's what we're realizing, that the trauma that he's experienced is what having to kill his wife, is that he's always regretting that. So anything he's going to do is protect his family, he's going to do. So that's his blind spot. It's going to be whatever I have to do to protect them, I will do. I don't give a fuck about none of these people. That's where he's at, though. And you understand why he's there, but
But those actions have consequences now. So
and I don't think he gives two scraps, because he's like shaking his way out the door anyway. So it was like, whatever, I don't care.
I think we would all have made the right choice to protect our family before any other people. I know he's been there a long time, but that's still his family. So you protect your family first, right? Julie, what do you think?
Yeah. You obviously you protect your family first. I don't think it was that out of line to be doing that. I mean, what he did was what he ends up doing in this episode. What Boyd ends up doing is it's it's too far, if you ask me. It went too far, but and it crossed the line, and it diminished him as a person. It diminished his character. So I was very disappointed about that. But
Ooh, can't
yeah,
wait to break that down because hey, Boyd did the right thing to me. But we'll get into that.
Me
It's
and Julie were
coming.
both saying during the stream, like, don't do
Yeah,
it.
I know.
Please don't
I know.
do it.
I know you guys
yeah.
should. And what was I saying? I said, do it.
Let's go.
Break his hand. That is correct. Break his damn hand. So yeah, you guys are a little bit more sympathetic to Elgin than I was, but I'm like, nope, 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 nope. Next up we have this little scene here with Victor coming out the house, but we get into so they have a conversation about meeting the boy in white and that the boy in white hasn't been really helpful. And I was on the vibe that the boy in white is still kind of suspect, but I'm kind of moving over to him being good because I started thinking about some theories and stuff like that. What do you think, Nikisha? Do you think the boy in white is good?
I don't really believe in good and evil or good and bad in this town. I think it's just opposing forces. I think they all have blood on their hands.
I
I
agree.
don't trust them fully, but I don't trust anybody in that town fully. So
Herb,
I would have cut down the damn tree.
you would have cut down the tree?
Yeah.
Really?
You would have had to like physically stop me.
Interesting. What if cutting down the well, we don't know what cutting down the tree would do, to be honest with you. So that's
True.
interesting. Perp, what do you think? Boy in white, good or bad?
I still don't trust him because I think what was it Sarah that said like the boy in white is not a boy, like
hmm
it's sort of like he like a grown man, which makes me think that I'll wait till we get to that, but I still don't fully trust him.
Julie, what do you think? I know you trust the boy in white though, right?
Yeah, I think I wouldn't say that he's a purely good figure. He's more of an ambiguously good figure who's probably, maybe he's allowed harm to happen to certain people because it needed to happen. But I think he is ultimately trying to help, however he can. He's just, it's just not obvious. Like he can't, like he's tried to help more. I think he tried to help more with Christopher, but he told Victor, I tried to tell Christopher, well, I think it's better if you learn for yourselves. It's the only way you'll understand. I think that gives us a lot of new insight into what his motivations are. I feel like I have a lot more insight this season. It's still very mysterious, but it's become clearer to me just after what he said to Tabitha. I'm sorry, I really am. This is the only way. Sending her out, to Henry's house, which I mean, it's pretty obvious that's what he did. That was the intention, to get that knowledge and that insight. I don't know. I mean, unless that's part of the big bad's plan and it wants her to find out, so something bad will happen as a result. That could still be. There's a lot we don't know. So right now, I'm in the camp of ambiguously good.
All right, Brian.
My problem with him is that all the other kids were sacrificed. Even Jade and Fatima and Tabitha's kid that they didn't want to be sacrificed was sacrificed. So who the hell is this kid? And obviously he's someone else that we know that's there. Could he be the man in yellow as a younger version? We've already realized it's time travel, right? So that's what I was thinking. There's too many unknown questions, So I don't trust him right now, and he's getting older before our very eyes. I feel like he's by the end of this show, he's gonna be old, and then we're gonna know who the hell he really is. So I just don't trust him because something's not right about him, and I think he's part of the status quo. Once again, all the other kids were sacrificed. So why are you trying to be a kid? So I just don't trust it.
I don't think he was sacrificed. I'm going to tell you why. And I have a theory, right? Now it's a stretch. It is really a stretch, 100%, right? But I think the man in yellow is the man in black, and I think the boy in white is Jacob. I think that's where a lost connection comes into it. But if it's not a connected to Lost, those two are playing the exact same characters that were in Lost. So that's why I went to thinking that the boy in white is good now and the man in yellow is bad. I think for the man in yellow to actually get out of from or do whatever he wants to do, the boy in white has to die. This is why I think that the voices telling Sarah to kill the boy wasn't Ethan. It was to kill the boy in white. Now the only
I
issue
can
I
see
have
that.
the only issue I have with that theory
Because now
is
you're
that
gonna
I
say to
don't
say
think Sarah's ever seen the boy in white.
he's gonna say
Yeah,
kill the
true.
man now.
True.
Now it's gonna be like kill the man because he's
And,
grown as hell.
and you know what else is kind of interesting is that the boy in white he doesn't really interact with Ethan as much, which is kind of surprising because like in the first season, he could see him, so it's like I'm curious to see if they're going to have an interaction in like season 4 or something like that. He might try to, what I'm saying, but I think it didn't Boyd see the boy in white.
No, no. Sarah saw the boy in white when she was with Boyd, but he couldn't see it. Only Sarah
Okay.
could see it. When they were at the tree, the boy in white told them to get in the tree.
Right.
But
All
in
right, all right.
Sarah's head. Yeah.
Okay.
So Sarah's seen
True.
the boy in white, Ethan's seen the boy in white, and Victor has seen the boy in white. Was there anybody else?
And Tabitha.
Tabitha's seen the boy in white. Okay, okay. So what do you think about my theory that the man in yellow has to probably kill the boy in white to get out of there? Go ahead.
I mean, that's a good question. I don't know if that's what we're going to get yet. I don't know if they're diabolically, really opposite ends. I don't know that yet because they're all entities that are still in there, and I don't trust anything. I think once again they said don't trust anyone who's there. I don't trust anyone who's there. Because there's a lot of things that you could be answering that would make sense for me to be able to get to another level, and I don't trust them. I don't trust any of them. I barely trust the Uncooey kids. Only because now we now know who they are. Only reason I can trust them. But everyone else, especially the boy in white, why are you pretending to be a boy? We know from the beginning he's not really a boy. Why are you pretending to be that?
I think
Also,
it's innocent. It's the easier to trust.
Exactly. So why shouldn't trust you then?
Go ahead, Perp.
I was going to just say, like, you notice Ethan, he wears a lot of yellow. I don't know if that's on purpose or they trying to like, what I'm saying, but he rocks a lot of yellow. That's just like kind of like an observation I have. I don't know how that would connect to the man in yellow, but that'd be really interesting. I would like to see like one of these characters go full villain and stuff, and and Ethan has just definitely changed since the first season. Like he does not really act like himself. Like that's all because he used to be very adventurous and stuff like that, but now he just doesn't really. He's kind of like sobbing a lot, and it's just very, very weird.
Do you think that he'd be willing to kill
ahead.
his father if Ethan's the man in yellow? Do you think that that's something that he would be willing to do?
I think so. It depends though, but this could be like an alternate, like Ethan or something like that, or like just the possibilities is just kind of is interesting.
And what do you think, Nikisha? What do you think about those theories?
I really I love Lost, but I hated the ending, and I've never rewatched it since it came on originally. So my memories of those characters you mentioned are a little fuzzy, but I would love to go back and watch like a season or two to try to remember those characters to see if I can see the connection. I wouldn't put it past the writers. I think that would be really cool if they did that. I'm leaning towards the man in yellow being Randall now. I used to think Randall was Martin, but I don't know. And I don't know why. I mean, it looks like it could be him, but he's the only person. It looks like the man in yellow is going to set up to be like the opposite of Boyd. Like he has the shirt with the blazer. Their like wardrobe is similar, except the colors are different. And so I'm trying to think who in the town as of now, besides Acosta, is like set up to be that force. And I think that Randall still has a lot of resentment against Boyd for leaving him out there. So I could see that, especially they're making him seem so vulnerable right now. And he was an asshole at first, and they might bring that back around.
That also makes sense because the monster saved him and then take his life. So now we'll then know this is why the monsters didn't take his life.
Interesting.
He's important.
Julie, what do you think?
I think that it's understandable that Ethan has changed a lot. He's changed a lot because he has seen a lot of horrifying things, and he's lost his innocence in a short time. So even though not much time has passed on the show, he's seen all kinds of carnage. I think it's a natural progression. In season 2, he was admitting that he's scared and he's not really enjoying this quest thing anymore. And this season, after the loss of Tian Shen, he turned really dark and morbid, and his mom was missing. He was really morbid during that, and they thought that she wasn't, alive anymore. So I think it makes perfect sense that he's different, and I've always listened and trusted what he has to say from the beginning. I think that if you listen to his dialogue from the very start of the series, it really holds the key to understanding a lot of this show, and that's becoming more evident than ever with this finale and his whole thing about story walkers and what he said to Julie. And if you go back to the beginning, one of the things he said that always stuck in my mind was one of the questions that they should write on the wall when they were writing questions on the wall is, who is here is trying to help? Who here is trying to help? I believe there's someone there trying to help. I don't think Randall is right that nothing there is helping. I think that's just Randall and his trauma from what happened to him in the cicada coma. Randall's never been a reliable source of information anyway. Ethan is another story. So I do think there's something they're trying to help. I think that the boy in white is that figure that's trying to help, but he's ambiguous about it. He's probably done some things that are Machiavellian. But that's my take on that. And as far as the man in yellow, that's obviously our villain. That's our big bad, so I think there are opposing forces here, one that's trying to help and one that's trying to cause harm.
Absolutely. So we get
Anzo,
Tabitha. Yeah, go ahead.
real quick. I think you got some super chats. I don't know if you've seen them on your end.
Oh, no, I did not. I do not. They could be from last week because I use a StreamYard that does the same one, so I don't see.
Okay.
Yeah, you did the same.
Yeah,
same.
So they could be from last week. That's why. So we have Tabitha and Jim. They're having a conversation. So I'm going to start with you, Julie. When you finally got the confirmation that it was reincarnation.
Yeah. I was very happy. I had a really hard time keeping my mouth shut because we were there reacting to it, and I didn't want to piss people off. They wanted to hear, but I wanted to yell and scream, and if I had been alone, I would have been I was very excited. And I didn't think we'd get this kind of very explicit confirmation. That was amazing. That's the part that surprised me. I'm very happy with this turn of events, not just because I was right, that not only Tabitha, but also Jade are reincarnated, that Tabitha is not Eloise, we got actual confirmation. But I'm happy because I think it's a really interesting story. I've never heard of another show like this that's used a storyline or a premise like this. It's original, it's creative. So I'm excited to see where this is going.
Absolutely. I'll ask this because I know you guys thought on it, but Nikisha, I've heard a lot of people say that they don't like the reincarnation stuff. Are you good with it?
Yeah, I think I'm good with whatever story they tell me. I'm along for the ride. But I do think that reincarnation is the story they have been telling us since the very first episode. All the breadcrumbs were there. You just had to look. And I don't know why people give Julie a hard time about it. There are people who've been saying reincarnation literally since the first season.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think it's because the ones that don't like it, because I watched the video the other day, and it's like, oh, it was a great episode, but it was like they were kind of shitting on the reincarnation part, and I'm just like, why? Like, it's gonna make sense. Just give it a chance. Season 4 is coming. It's gonna make sense. Perp, what do you think? You like the reincarnation stuff?
I don't have an issue with it. I could see why somebody would, but the way that they handle it is very interesting because it's not saying like everybody here is reincarnated as somebody. I think there's a select few. Maybe more characters will get, revealed. Like maybe Sarah is a reincarnation of Eloise and stuff like that, possibly. I think certain characters might be reincarnations, or it might just be Jade and Tabitha, which I'll be cool with. But But the whole reincarnation thing is always kind of fascinating to me, just that kind of premise. So I don't really have an issue with it.
Absolutely. Let me get to these comments real quick. Yeah, I thought that was part of the show at first. What was part of the show? I'm not sure. I kind of got behind, so sorry about that. I think the man in yellow is future Ethan. Thoughts on that? Right?
I hate it. I don't want to believe this little boy gets to a point where he's going to kill his father. The first person he kills, he comes on the scene. I'm gonna kill my dad. I just don't want to think that that's what he is. You know, but it could be. It could happen. I mean, it's happened. We've heard seen storylines that's happened. But your father would have lived if you would have So you're mad at your father for dying. So you're the one that kills him. I don't know.
Julie? Go ahead, Perp. You go first then. Perp, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, it just because everything is like there's a lot of symbolisms and stuff like that. Like watching a lot of different other shows, you can kind of pick up on on those little key things. But I'm just like, he's wearing a lot of yellow. It's just that might be just clues or something like that. But I wouldn't put it past it because it's like we don't know what happens in the future. Like when we see the future Julie and stuff like that, it's just like how bad has it gotten at that point? You know what I'm saying? And to see Ethan being broken like that, it's really dark. And to Brian's point, yeah, you have to make it make sense for him. Why would he want to kill his father? But that's an interesting thing because maybe there's a future where it's just like Ethan just went down this dark path or something like that. And
I always kind of think about what Julie says about yellow. She always talks about it's hope. It represents hope. And then when I saw the man in yellow, I always felt like he was wearing everyone's hope. Like he was taking all the hope, that's being taken from the people. He's taking it on to himself. So like
it can I think yellow symbolizes control at some point too. So there's like it could be like double meanings there too. So
go ahead, Brian.
It's like so that as they're taking it away from them, he's taking all the everyone's hope, and he has more and more yellow on as he's doing it. So that's why I thought that maybe Ethan was the opposite of the man in yellow. And then at the end, we're going to find out that's why they wanted to kill him, because he's really the key to everything. Not necessarily he's going to turn to that, but he's going to be the key for everyone else.
Is the man in yellow for future Ethan? Go ahead.
I like that, Brian. That makes a whole lot of sense, and that fits with the way I think about the color symbolism in the show. And yeah, in Western cultures, yellow symbolizes hope. That's why people would tie yellow ribbons with the hope that people would come back from war safely. And we had like the yellow wristbands for like Live Strong. Like yellow is very symbolic of hope in Western cultures. And so, you've got Boyd here with all these yellow shirts, and he's the town's hope. He's back to wearing yellow again, by the way, in these last 2 episodes. And I think it's because he's rallied. He was much darker. He wore dark colors all season long. And then he started to rally and really fight these last 2 episodes. So I think that fits. Fatima's favorite sweater was yellow. It was stolen. I mean, not stolen. It was given away. And then the person she gave it away to got murdered on the night when she basically lost her hope. So it's like, yeah, the man in yellow, it makes sense. That evil Abby, fake Abby entity told Boyd that it's your fear. It's not your fear that feeds the forest. It's hope. If the big bad feeds on hope in a way, then yeah, maybe that's why he's wearing yellow. He's like, collecting everyone's hope, feeding on it. And yeah, as far as him being Ethan, I don't see it. I think that Ethan is, like a hero of the story. He's like him and his quest stuff from the beginning. I just don't see him turning that dark. You can't rule anything out completely. It's not impossible, but I just can't envision a future where he kills his own father, and I just can't see it. But it's an interesting theory.
Nikisha, is Ethan the boy in yellow?
I hope not. Like I don't want that, but it would have to be written in a way for me to like process it and understand how that could happen. unless it's like an alternate universe type of thing, then you can say whatever. But I'm just trying to think through that of how much they would have to flip what we already know to make me accept that. Like, I would need for Ethan to be able to kill Jim. I would need to find out that the parents / creatures were really good people and the kids were supposed to die or some shit like that or something to understand all of that. But I would, as long as it was written well, I would watch it. I just don't know that that's what I want to happen.
What if it is future Ethan, but he's possessed by the big bad?
That would work.
You know what I mean? That kind of would be it. But I'm still like I said, I don't want a happy ending, so I'm agree with you. I want to see it end with Ethan coming out of that cellar and everybody's dead. That would be like that would be an
what if it's like
shit
Thomas?
moment. What about what the boy, the man in yellow is Thomas?
Yeah, it's Thomas. Like he died, you know, and he killed his father because he was resentful for letting me die. You didn't catch me. You weren't paying attention. I'm
the evil twin.
Yes.
That would be interesting.
That would be interesting too. I mean, it still revolves around this family because that's kind of what we came in with, this family. So
you know what? That kind of makes sense. You know why Tabitha lost? Well, not lost, but like Thomas ended up the way he did, and then probably because she is Miranda, somehow the spirit went back to Fromville or something. I'm just thinking about a lot of things now.
So now it goes there, and now he's the man of yellow. So because time doesn't have to happen linear, this stuff she could have started all this stuff herself. It really could be her
indirectly, yeah.
Indirectly, yeah.
Well, I'm gonna do a video. I have a video, and I even wrote it down at work and everything. Where I think I break down what happened in that first timeline. I could be right, could be wrong, but I have an idea of how it went down. So I'm gonna do a video on that and put that out there. The origins of From, I'm gonna call it, and if you guys mess with it, let me know. But I think it's interesting. I think I have some interesting theories in there that would be very, very interesting to talk about. So we have Jade. Jade is doing his thing.
We're closed.
Jim comes in. And I swear, this episode and last was just so much foreshadowing. See, now that's okay. So the way they sound confused that the angel explained it to Elgin. Do you guys have any like theories of why they seemed like, oh, the angel told you? Like, why were they surprised with that? Julie, have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that they're just kind of incredulous that like he would believe it. The angel told you all this, like I think that's all it is. And that's why they're reacting that way. Like how can he be so stupid? And the way the stuff that he said, it just underscores why he believed it. All that talk about how in the Bible people were told to do unspeakable things in some cases, and it was like a test, and it was a test of their faith, and it didn't make any sense at the time. So if he's looking at it like that, then I can understand more now why he's doing this. It doesn't make it right, but I can understand why he's doing it at least. So it's making more sense to me now. I mean, that plus what he said about what his grandma talked about regarding that.
So you have sympathy for Elgin?
I do. I do have sympathy for him because I think that his faith was manipulated in such a way to do this. Now, I have sympathy. That doesn't mean I excuse it at all. You can't excuse what he did whatsoever. But I do have some sympathy for it.
I got you. Perp, you were saying?
Honestly, you brought up weed. Maybe it was the weed, bro. It probably was the weed. He's probably still high.
Because I'm sorry, that Kimona lady would scare me more than anything.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like
I'm just like, yo, I'm definitely high. This is strong. Like,
it'll make you want to quit smoking and shit.
Right.
Ryan, what do you think?
I think we're giving Elgin too much of a pass because of these things. So yes, it's about what your grandmother said to you, right? But you also have other things that you've learned along the way. So I know it's a joke about not being led back into to the cookout. He's not doing all these things, but what those I'm talking about those because those are things that you've learned along the way, right? You've learned, hey, when something is I can't explain is happening, taking pictures 100 times, break the camera, get the hell out. In a place where things get possessed all the time, like you should use your common sense. You only got manipulated because you allowed yourself to get manipulated. When things are happening and crows are coming into the windows and coming and attacking you, don't continue to wear a crow in your shirt. Like figure out something else. Like change things. So I don't understand. I don't give him a pass because he
need to
could have
change his clothes.
do something. I'm not going to let the same thing happen to me over and over again. I'm not going to sit there and let them take pictures and me seeing these things and not be able to explain stuff and monsters whispering in my ear and stuff in the middle of the night. No, I'm just not.
Yeah, he's got to get rid of that say cheese and die camera because that joint's crazy.
I learned that when I was 8. Goosebumps told me, hey, break the camera, bro.
Right.
Vanessa Wicked, you are amazing. Thank you very much. Gifted 5 memberships. I do appreciate that. I never really ask anybody to do these things, and when you do it, it's always a blessing. So I appreciate you.
That's dope.
Absolutely,
That's dope.
100%. Thank you very much for that. Always, always love it. Let's get into some of these comments before we move on, because I don't want to be too far behind. And I cannot remember where the hell I was because this damn thing jumped. Okay, we were here. So Elgin was right. Thought Fatima wasn't being harmed. Um, Victory made the pact with the monsters a long time ago. His brains are cooked. Just as Sarah put herself back together, she goes medieval on Elgin. Yo, when I do it, I want to play that clip and have some Snoop Dogg playing in the background. You know what I mean? Because she went gangster. You with the glasses and the flip, 100%. She went gangster, bro. I think the boy in white is a manifestation of the trees. Very interesting. How can you kill the boy in white? So you see, here's the thing. I don't know yet, but they found a loophole to do it in Lost, right? And if this thing has connections to Lost, and I don't want to go into it because I know Julie hasn't finished Lost yet, but I think they can do it some way like that, right? Where it's like, maybe there's something, an artifact or something there that can do it. And I don't think it's the man in yellow that can do it. I think someone, a human, has to do it. I'm just trying to show like little connections to Lost. Could be totally different, but that's how they did it in Lost, right? So
You know what? I'm not sure how they go about killing the boy in white, but I've always thought I think Victor had the right idea as far as how to. I don't know if that would have worked because remember when Victor was going to go into the caves and light that shit on fire, which I didn't think why didn't nobody think about just blowing that place up or something like that? But if these things can't die, then it would probably been pointless. So,
but they could have at least tried. You know what I
yeah.
mean? I'm right there with you. And it was Kenny and Boyd stopped him. They should have lit that shit up. You know what I mean? Ran out of there.
Yeah,
100%.
and just tried it.
You got to try anything. He would have been like, yeah, let's burn it down. You know what? That's a good idea. I'd have bought way more alcohol or gasoline, whatever they use. I'd have bought way more than that little bottle. And yeah, we would have lit that one. We would have thrown the
Because they would
cocktail
have
bombs
nowhere to
all down
hide, you know
there.
what I'm saying? Because we don't know what sunlight would do to them.
Facts, 100%. Ethan is the story writer. Interesting.
I like that. I hope so.
Ethan for sure was story walking when he had his seizures in episode 1. Didn't he say he had some visions of some stuff though?
Yeah, the Lake of Tears, and he saw a spider coming down and stuff like that, which we haven't seen, which I'm pretty sure we're gonna probably see next season.
But we saw the tree with all the spider webs that were Boyd and Sarah.
Yeah, absolutely. Julie, we have concrete proof. Yes, you guys do. Concrete proof. There are some real reincarnation haters out there. Oh yeah,
and I don't understand why. Why is everyone hating on it?
Me neither. I don't get it. Go ahead, Julie. You were saying?
Yeah, I don't understand the hate for that either. I really don't. I think it's an interesting creative concept we haven't seen. It's nice to see something different and fresh in a popular show or in any show. Like, there's a lot of rehashed ideas out there, and I like this.
And you know what I think it is, and I think it, and I know Perp and you guys will kind of agree with me. I don't know Julie about if you're a Star Wars fan or know anything, but it's kind of the Star Wars effect, right? A lot of people have this idea in their head of what it's supposed to be, and when it's not that, now granted, sometimes it's crap, but sometimes people are just hating on it because it's not what they wanted it to be.
Exactly.
Instead of
Yeah.
just sitting there and realizing it's still it's still something interesting, the amount of stuff that they can build off of this. Plus, we still got the time travel stuff to add into
Mhm.
that, right? So now we're gonna have to figure out how the time travel and all of this stuff is connected into one, right? Because for the
Right.
longest time, I've always said, okay, the kimono lady, but how was she connected to the overall stuff that's going on in From, right? Because she was just showing up, she's telling them to do this. Like, where's the connection? Now we see what the connection is. She's the one that takes care of their rebirth. Oh, and I got a theory about this, guys.
Okay.
All right, and tell me what you guys think about this. And so, Julie, if I'm not mistaken, the creatures all wear clothes from different eras, right?
The creatures, it's most of them are they look like 50s and 60s. Smiley, kind of a timeless cardigan, but mostly 50s and 60s.
Here's my theory, right? Because if this started back in like whatever, I think someone said like the 1600s or whatever, they wouldn't wear those kind of clothes, right? The
No,
creatures would
yeah.
still be in those kind of clothes. I think what happens is they've died. Each one of those creatures has died, and then when they're reborn, they obviously have to have new clothes, right? Because their body has the old clothes they're wearing. So that explains to me why they keep taking things from people. When Victor was like, "Oh, they like taking," they took her scarf, right?
It
I
makes
know they
sense.
have
Yeah.
toys and stuff there, but I also believe they take clothes as well. So I think the reason why some of their clothes seem like it's more recent than the original Vans is because at one point they were the ones that died. So this time it was Smiley. Maybe in the reincarnation before that, it wasn't Smiley because Smiley killed Miranda. So maybe it was the milk lady that died in that one, right?
Ooh.
Could
Or the one before that, it could have been the cowboy or something like that. So I think one of them have died in each
You
reincarnation. It's just a different one that has died.
but
you know
since
to be
all of them
you
have
know to be
50s, go ahead. Go,
Go
I
Perp.
ahead.
was about my fault, my fault. I was just gonna say, like, it'd be really fucked up since you mentioned that, is
Mhm.
if they gave Smiley Jim's clothes.
Ooh. Julie,
Damn.
what do you think about that?
Damn.
That yeah, that could be because there has to be some point where their clothes are changed. They have to update at some point. They couldn't have always looked like this. They definitely have been around for hundreds of years. Now we have confirmation that these are these were the original inhabitants who sacrificed their kids and they were cursed to be monsters. So yeah, at some point, I mean, they have to change. So maybe Smiley gets a new outfit
Mm,
now that he's reborn. Who knows?
I actually think he might.
What,
What do you think, Brian?
what about every time they destroy all the inhabitants of Fromville, they take their clothes and then they
Mhm.
change into the new outfits. So when they all can get new outfits, that's why they're all 50s, 60s era. That was the last time it was the whole everything was destroyed. That's what they're wearing. So that's why they just change every era after they kill everybody. They choose their outfits.
That makes
Definitely a
sense.
possibility. 100%. Um, mortality traps souls, conservation of energy.
Conservation.
Ju- Julie, you gave me a shout out. Thank you. Oh, there you go, Julie. That's for you.
Oh yeah, yep. Yeah, you're welcome.
I think it's a curse that appears to be reincarnation. Jade and Tabitha are pulled into From Town to be tortured and killed over and over again. That's interesting,
I like
but I
that.
also think I think it's more of they keep coming back to try and fix the wrong that they got right, and they haven't figured it out yet. They haven't figured out how to get fix what happened. So I think hopefully this one they'll fix it, but We'll see.
That's what makes me think that they're not the ones who can fix it. It has nothing to do with them. I think it's going to be a lot to do with Ethan and Julie.
Interesting. That would
And
make sense.
Victor. I think Victor plays a big part too.
Mhm.
I think he could as well. What's up, Noah Angel? Thank you for popping up. I think Ethan is an entity, not a person we have seen.
Mm.
I think feature Julie got out of From since she is dressed like Gen Z kid from 2014 with the wide-legged, high-waisted mom jeans and cropped sweatshirt. The bob wig styled by Mari.
That wig's terrible.
It is. Oh, she's
I,
terrible hairstyle.
I don't think she got out. I just think she's probably been there a long time, has been trying to go back and forth, right? Because, like I said, if it's time travel, I mean, she could have been doing that for years, and it would only seem like it was the first
Yeah,
time happening. So it
because she's trying to figure out like at what point does stuff go left. Because wherever she came from, it's gotten really bad, and she can't seem to like change the story or figure out the point of like I don't know if she how many times she's seen Jim die. She's probably seen that multiple times, and she's trying to stop like everybody from dying because wherever she's coming from, probably everybody died.
Mhm. To be honest with you, I actually think that was the first time she actually got to the spot, right? Because
Mhm.
Yep.
she said, "I
First
think
chance.
this is where it happened."
I
So I
finally
believe,
Also,
got here.
yeah,
Dad, run.
yeah.
also like when we pick up from that is like is she gonna be stuck there or is there like a time limit to certain things or because that'd be interesting if she's like sitting there like future Julie and current Julie and stuff like that, like how's that going to work, like it's very interesting.
What do you think, Julie? You think she's stuck there for like longer than we think? And if that's the case, then that means that Tabitha and Jade fail again.
I hope that's not what it means. 'Cause that would that would point to a bad ending already. That they're gonna fail again. So I hope not. I don't know. It definitely seems like she's I, I mean she could. We don't know how far from the into the future she is. Like it could actually not be that long. She didn't look that different. So hopefully it doesn't mean that they're going to fail again. I still think that we're not going to get a super depressing ending where like everything is just it just continues on, the cycle continues, and I mean they could go that way, but I don't think it's going to. I think they're going to at least let some people escape and the cycle's going to end.
It's going to be a sad ending. I think it's going to be a very sad ending. I think it's going to get to a point because we all, I think everybody can agree that Boyd is not going to make it out this whole entire series. He's going to have to do something. He's going to have to be the one to make a huge sacrifice for everybody to go home. I think that's going to be his role.
You think it's going to be Boyd that has to make the sacrifice?
Yeah, because like I think going into season 4, everybody's going to pretty much turn on him at some point because of just the way he's moving and like the power dynamic is going to shift and he's going to have to kind of do something to kind of redeem himself or like kind of put him in good graces with everybody and stuff, and he's going to be that guy to make a huge sacrifice. He might have to face off with the man in yellow and stuff like that so everybody else can escape and stuff like that. So that's just
And,
kind of my theory.
and Julie, you have a different theory. You think Jade is going to have to sacrifice himself, right?
I think that there might be another way. Now that I've found out Jade's true background, that he's not responsible for the sacrifice happening, he wasn't the ringleader, that part of my theory was wrong, and I was glad that it was wrong. I think there might be another way now. He might not have to sacrifice himself, but I don't really see Boyd making it out of all this. He's this one with the savior complex, and what happens to a savior? Like they martyr themselves. I can totally see that's how it's going to end. It's not going to be some happy, warm and fuzzy ending for a lot of these people. But
Walking off in the sunset.
no, I'm not naive, but I think maybe some people will make it out. Maybe there's hope for Jade now. He's my favorite on the show. Maybe there's hope now, I think.
Brian, your thoughts?
there's no way Boyd gets out, and he's going to sacrifice himself for Kenny or Ellis or someone like that. He would sacrifice himself for the things that he loves, and that's what he's doing right now. He's sacrificing his own character for the people that he loves. So no matter what, he's going to give himself. He's going to give of himself to make sure that everyone else gets out. Because that's why he keeps on saying, my goal is to get everyone out. I'm the one who has to get everyone out. So if he puts that on, you put that on yourself. Your wife already died there, and you're saving your child, saving your daughter-in-law, saving the only other kid you love, Kenny, putting your life on the line because he lost everything else already. I can see him doing that because he's a martyr. That's what he is. He's going to be the reason they get out.
He even told Kenny, like, yeah, like, if like I'm there's a ticking time bomb or a ticking there's a clock on me. I don't know when that's gonna be. It's gonna happen soon, so I need you to like carry the banner.
You guys are pissing me off, all right? Well, we're not gonna put Boyd in the grave just yet, all right? We're not doing
No, it's
that.
gonna be the end. It's gonna be like the last episode. He's going to sacrifice himself. He's going to.
I know, and I don't want to see that either.
We're gonna see Nzo cry on camera. We're gonna see Nzo's tears in the camera.
I want to see Boyd get out. I really do. I don't want to see him die, man.
And then Parkinson's take over. Like, there's no out for him.
I hope that they find some way to cure that. But you see, I agree with you because again, I always try to find connections with Lost, and I said this like towards the beginning of the season. I said I could see Boyd dying in the last episode, sacrificing himself that everybody gets out, right? So now that we have the man in yellow, I could see Jade and Tabitha doing what they have to do, and Boyd being the one trying to stop the man in white or giving them enough time to do what they had to do. And in that time, he dies. They get what they do done. And then the man in yellow dies as well. So,
yeah. And you think the bottle tree has something to do with that? Like their way to get kind of like escape? Because when Miranda was right by the tree, like that's when Smiley like ran towards her like he was trying to stop her from getting into that tree. So that might be the key to getting out of there.
Julie, what do you think? You think the tree? Because I do think, but at the same time, I'm like, well, yeah, because I'm like, if you kill the man in yellow and you set whatever things right, you should just be able to drive out of there. But I don't know, Julie, what do you think?
Yeah, I don't know. Wait, how should you be able to drive out of there? I missed the last thing.
If you kill the boy and the man in yellow, if you kill him, right, and you save the kids, whatever, you should be able to just drive out of the town. And Perp's asking if you think that the faraway tree is the way for everybody to get out.
Yeah, that part, the tree part I got. I think yeah, it's possible that maybe like, yeah, like if you defeat the man in yellow, I think this is some kind of a pocket dimension, and maybe the man in yellow is kind of keeping control of who gets in and out and when, how people are able to pass through, like a portal, kind of a portal. So if you somehow manage to defeat him, it might be possible to just leave the way they came, the way they arrived. I don't think the tree is going to be the way out for everybody. I think that this place will only let chosen ones in Tabitha's role, Miranda's role. Those are the only people who can go through the bottle tree safely, I think.
I agree.
That could be, yeah, I can see that.
That wasn't where Jim died when future Julie meets Jim in the woods. She was trying to get him out the area. This isn't future Julie's first time seeing the man in yellow. You don't think 100%. So?
I don't think it's the first time seeing the man in yellow. I think it's the first time trying to save Jim.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, 100%. I think it's the first time she tried to save Jim.
It could be a part. She could probably, because she was saying something, because when Jim picked up the thing, or maybe she was just trying to get his attention, but she probably does know who the man in yellow is, and he's probably trying to stop her from doing whatever she's trying to do and stuff like that at the same time. So, and that, because she looked like she was absolutely terrified, so she probably definitely knows who this person is.
I agree. Do you think that's the first time she reached that spot, or do you think, do you think it's the first time she's seen the mentally ill? Because she has scratches on her face, so scratches
Yeah.
came from somewhere. You know what I mean? What do you think?
Yeah, I don't think it's the first time that because she was really panicked. She knew what was coming. She told Jim, "You gotta get back to town. I have to change the story. I need to change the story." So she knew what was gonna happen. She was trying to get Jim to do something different. She was saying, Dad, please." And Jim was, for some reason, I don't know why he didn't just listen to her and run. I think people have this illusion that they're safe when it's daytime. As long as they're outside in the daytime, they're fine. They can face whatever could be there. But he should have listened to her, and instead he just chose to confront this guy. And I mean, clearly he knew the guy was a threat. It was obvious. Yeah, he was like, back up. He grabs a stick. So I think that Julie has been there before for sure, probably multiple times, and failed again.
Also, what's interesting is like the man yellow doesn't just automatically kill her. Like he just pushes her off. Like he knows, like she can't really do it. But who's to say, like, what happens to the man in yellow when we get back? Because Julie's just sitting there screaming. Does he go over to her and just kill her or something like that? So
that's interesting too. But it seems to me like right now at that time, there's two Julies in that time frame, right? There's two Julies in there. There's the Julie that's sitting in the diner with Ethan, and then the future one that came to save their dad. So I think that they may have to kill that future Julie.
That'd be crazy.
I really believe so. What do you think, Ryan?
I think that eventually one of them is going to be taken back because you can't keep both of them there, and the man in yellow is going to be there to make things right. So either it takes that Julie or it takes the Julie who's there with Ethan.
Or she just runs away like really fast. Like at that point, like she just screams a little bit and she's just kind of runs away from him. But who knows? Like the man in yellow, he might have fast travel because it seemed like he got fast travel because he knows like what everybody's kind of up to and stuff, which is interesting because he was like, oh yeah, Jade sure knows how to play it too, so he's watching the whole stuff going on. So.
Do you think that the music they played released him?
Hold on, don't answer that. Wait, don't answer that. We're gonna get into that.
Okay.
That scene's coming. I definitely want to get into that because that's a theory too, and I have questions about that. Right. So let's go. Boyd and they're still having the conversation. I like when Sarah comes in and tries to explain it. Now, I said this earlier where I think that it was trying to tell her to kill the boy in white. Do you guys think that, or do you think it was absolutely Ethan that they were trying to get him to kill? Julie, I'll let you go first.
I think it's possible. I think it's more likely that it did mean kill the boy in white, not Ethan. Because if you think about it, so the boy in white and the Kui kids, they're very similar seeming entities. They're both, they're children. They're these ephemeral entities that seem kind of ghostly. And yet they can touch and interact with the physical environment, and they're like around the same, well, they were around the same size until the boy in white grew, but so like around the same age. But like, so if you think about it, you've got on one side there's the message to save the children, save the Kui children, and on the other side Sarah got a message to kill the boy. So maybe there's one entity that wants them to save the children, and the boy in white is actually trying to help with that whole purpose. So like the good entity there wants them to save the children. The bad entity wants them to continue the cycle. So it's working against the boy in white, hence kill the boy. Do something, like, I don't know how you would do that, but how do you save a bunch of dead kids? These kids are clearly dead. So the concept of killing the boy in white is no stranger than the concept of saving the Kui children. So I think it could be something like that.
And absolutely, that makes a lot of sense too, right? Because the boy in white helped Tabitha. The boy in white has been helping a few people. Now, I know at first I was like suspect, but when you really go back and think about it, Tabitha could have died that night. Tabitha dies that night, and we have to reset, right? Everything has to start all over again because it's Tabitha and Jade. So if any one of them die anytime now, I believe that's just going to ruin saving everybody, right? That's why when Miranda died, all all shit, all hell broke loose. Let's just put it that way, right? Because she was one of the chosen ones. She died by Smiley. Now you don't have that chosen one anymore. So I think if you had killed the boy in white, because when she got that, if I'm not mistaken, this was all before the boy in white helped Victor and Julia. Victor and Tabitha. Am I correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Right. So if that's what I'm saying. So if you kill him before that, now I'm like you, I don't know how, but if you kill the boy in white before that, then Tabitha never gets to the tree and Victor never saves her and they're able to kill Tabitha. So I definitely think it was the boy in white. What
I,
about you, Brian? Oh, go ahead, Perp. You go first.
I was just gonna say like how you kill him. I think it has to be somebody that can see him because if you can't see him, then like yeah, obviously you can't kill him. But it might have to be like Victor might have to because like I think you can physically touch him, but it's just certain people can only do that. So maybe Sarah, maybe like I said, Victor, maybe Ethan. I don't think they're gonna have Ethan kill nobody, even though that'd be cool. But you know what I'm saying. But that's just kind of what I've been thinking about.
Brian, what do you think?
I was thinking that maybe the talisman actually match up with a monster. Each one of them can do something to a monster. So if you have the talisman, you can start using it on offense. So maybe the boy in white has something, a thing there that you can go ahead and hurt him if you're wearing it. There's the talisman actually because it's 12 monsters and 12 talisman. Like all those things match up. I think that they're using it to keep them from inside, but each one matches up with one of those people. And you might be able to hurt them with those things.
You know what I'm thinking? Now that you brought that up, I think maybe, where they had where they were getting the food, Jade took the thing and broke. Maybe if the creature you get the creatures there, they're vulnerable, right? Maybe that's a little like, I don't know, sacred spot or whatever. You get them in that spot and you're able to kill them. So maybe that's why we haven't really got a lot of information about that spot yet. I think in season 4
You
we'll get a lot more because they hinted at it and they keep talking about first off, someone keep walking around there at
They hear
nighttime, right?
someone at night.
And
Yeah.
they've been there 3 or 4 different times already. So that spot is going to be very significant, I believe. You were saying, Perp?
you know what's interesting? You say that like, what if they could use the talismans to trap them in that space that
That's
they're
what I
at, so they
always
can't
thought.
even, and also going back to the pictures, what I'm saying, we've seen different things or just it hinted at certain people's deaths. There's one thing we haven't seen yet, and I don't know if that's the true form of the man in yellow, is that black little
Mm-hmm.
Dementor looking thing, whatever,
Mm-hmm.
the Grim Reaper thing, which I think that'll look pretty scary. Not gonna lie. I think that's probably what the entity kind of maybe his real true form or another monster or something like that. But there's definitely something there. I don't know.
Absolutely. And I'm going to ask you this because I know Julie breaks down those. Do you think that we're going to see that shadowy figure and that little squid creature thing that they show in the wall?
I was thinking the squid thing because I started to think about it. I don't know if I brought her up in my review or not, but like when I thought about the Komodo lady, because she's got red on, and I'm feeling like um that's probably the Komodo lady or something like that, because she's wearing red, so it's red and white, but it's mostly red. So that's why I was kind of thinking that's the symbolism for that. Um, because I don't know how much they have on budget, because like a big old CGI monster, I don't know how I feel about that, but. You know what I'm saying? That's where my mind went when I saw the red thing. I was like, wait, that's kind of familiar. Like, so
Well,
the
a lot of people
Komodo.
are saying it was Smiley, but Julie, do you think we're going to see that creature or the red blob, whatever it is on the wall?
I definitely think that I've looked at stills of that shot of Smiley with the red goo coming down before he took that, like, peeled off that membrane when it was still hanging down like that. it really gave a strong impression of that red blob on the wall. I think that's been staring us in the face the whole time. It's just not something we never could have predicted in a million years. Like no one would have ever had that as a guess as to what that could be. I've never thought that we're going to see a literal Cthulhu kind of squid monster. It just doesn't seem fitting with the tone of this show. I feel like it would just be out of place. So I don't think we'll see like a literal monster in that sense. I think that it was the whole smiley thing. I think that the cave painting, it really does tell a story of how this cycle has been going from start to finish. And so that's like, one point in the cycle, you even have the sacrifice, like the 7 slabs represented on the cave painting. And you've got the blob thing and people worshiping this entity. And then at the end, there's an infinity symbol at the far right of it. It just keeps repeating over and over again. So yeah, I think that's it's not a literal monster. That shadowy thing, I don't know. I'm starting to think at this point we're not going to see any other monsters other than what we've already seen and this man in yellow. I think that might be it. Or we might see the occasional entity like that cicada thing. But yeah, that's what I think.
All right. I was gonna so, and I'm just gonna give a little piece of it as part of one of my videos though. I think the man in yellow was a regular human, obviously, that got possessed by something. And I do believe at the end, the way to get it out, they're gonna probably get it out of him, and we will see like that little ghost creature for a second or two. I do think we're gonna see it because I do
I can
think
see that.
I do think the man in yellow. And they say if I bring it up, it's gonna go into my video, and I just want to wait until I get my
Yeah,
video out.
just wait till
But
just wait for the video. I want to check
you
it
know what
out.
I
I
mean?
want to check it. Yeah,
You know what I mean? But yeah.
hold on.
But I have a little theory about that. So Boyd, they in here talking. Boyd say he gonna go get the tools. He's telling them to stay. We have we gotta watch this thing 'cause we have this conversation. I'll just go straight up to word like okay, so they don't do it yet. All right, so we have their first
I have to show
conversation,
you something. Okay.
and Victor is telling us actually. I think right there, Katri's talking is huge manipulation on Boyd. You know what I mean? It just seems like, oh well, you did this and you did that. I don't think he's there to try and convince Boyd to actually not do what he's doing, right? Because if you want to break Boyd, then you're gonna be like, yeah, maybe you shouldn't do it, hopefully that he will and not listen to you, especially when Boyd already knows this guy's just a figment of his imagination or something in the town. What do you think?
To that point, you know, and who's to say that the man in yellow isn't like a shapeshifter, like the monsters in the way where
Mhm,
he can actually make
mhm,
himself look like people's loved ones and stuff like that. So there could be something there, but also I feel like just Father Crabtree is supposed to just be that kind of be like that good angel on your shoulder type of thing, kind of try to tell you like, yo, you shouldn't do this. So two things like that could be what you're saying could be definitely true, but I'm more leaning sort of like he was trying to tell him like, don't do this because once you do this, you can't go back
Mm.
type of shit.
I got you. Julie, what do you think? You think he's there to help or you think he's manipulating him?
I think he's manipulating him. I've always thought that. I still believe it. I don't trust any of these ghost entities, whether it's Tom, Abby, or Kotri. I think that Abby stopped appearing to him because whatever the big bad, maybe the man in yellow, it's sending these things. Abby wasn't effective. He wasn't listening to Abby. He didn't listen to her more than once when they sent her. So now it's just deciding to use him instead. If you notice, Abby wasn't in this one at all. She wasn't in this season. But Kotri, he's listened to Ghost Kotri before. So, he listened when Kotri said, don't tell Kenny about Sarah leaving the door open. So yeah, I think he's manipulating him for sure. Yeah. If anything, Kotri gave him surprisingly medieval advice in season 1, which kind of runs contrary to this. He was pushing Boyd to put Frank in the box.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
That's a good point.
Brian, what do you think?
I think Father Khatri is actually Boyd losing his mind. I think it's a manifestation of what he's thinking himself. It's not like necessarily like it's him having a conversation with himself, and that Father Khatri it's just what our view of it. But he's literally losing his mind. The Fromville is winning, and they are breaking him down. And he is, the more he has more of these dilemmas, the more we're going to see it. The more he doesn't realize there's no one there. He's really having a conversation just with himself.
I got you. First off, I wanted to say we have 40 people up in here watching. Thank you guys for appreciating coming in. Always a pleasure, 100%. Make sure you sub to everybody on the panel because they all do some great work. We'll get into a little bit more comments before we go into that. Definitely in the vein of anime, I'm down for what they have to say, but they got to figure out a faster way to release 2026. So I seen a video where I can't remember what it was, but if someone said that they didn't really pin down a time frame for it to come out, so it's possible that it could come out sooner than that. I hope so, because 2026 is a long time to be waiting for this show to come out, man. You know, I mean, we got some stuff. Yeah, go
I
ahead.
predict that if they plan on shooting in the spring of 2025, we'll probably get it released in like February 2026.
Yeah, because I think they would have to. Now it's winter time over here, and it's gonna get cold and snowy out there, and it just probably wouldn't fit to what they're
It's
trying
shot
to
in
do.
Canada,
So,
right?
yeah, absolutely, Nova Scotia.
Mm.
So yeah, I do think that they're gonna have to wait. So yeah, 2026 seems feasible. Mortality trap their souls. Oh, okay, I read that
Yeah,
already.
immortality. Yeah.
I read that one already too. Let's go here. I think future Julie got off. Okay, nope, my
Read
bad.
that one.
That one
Yeah.
too.
Good
Okay.
one.
Think you're going backwards.
I did. We need to know Martin, the man in yellow, the monster that knew Julie. I agree. Um, Martin knew everyone though, even Abby. So do you think Thomas is alive in an alternate universe since time travel is on the table? Um, You see, now that's going into if this happens, it breaks off into a different timeline and all kinds of stuff like that. I'm not exactly sure that's where this show is going. I think they're on the more conventional time travel. You know what I mean? Like if you go back in time, you change something, it changes the future. I don't think it actually branches off into a timeline. And I think that's why Ethan tells Julie that the story's been written, right? You can't change it. You can go and view it, but you can't change it. So I think that the way to stop it from happening, they're going to have to stop it in real time, in the time they're in now, right? So going back in time and saving the children and all that stuff just kind of doesn't make sense, especially when you always remember that they kind of on this whatever happens, happens type of vibe. You know what I
Or
mean?
unless they're able to like manipulate certain things, or like, cause sort of how like they were communicating through Sarah, like, carving stuff in her skin. They don't got to do that, but just give them little hints or leave things, or because they could still physically touch things, and so they could like for Julie, like her giving Boy the rope, that definitely changed something, or that was supposed to happen, or
I think it was always happening though. That was just part of the thing that always happened. And it's funny because
Mm.
Martin set that up. I think somehow Martin set all of this stuff in emotion for it to happen that way.
Mm-hmm. And Martin knows who Julie is because he said Julie's name, and when you watch it with the subtitles,
He's
Julie
like,
with a
Julie?
question mark. Yeah, with a question mark, like what are you doing here, type of thing. So he knows that. What do you think, Julie? Talking about Julie, and then I called Julie's name, kind of confusing a little bit there. Go
Yes,
ahead.
it gets confusing. Um, um, like about this comment, I think it's a stretch. I agree with this comment that it's a stretch. Man in Yellow being Ethan or Randall. I mean, yeah, I mean, it could be somebody we know, but I doubt it. Yeah, I just don't. I never really saw that much of a resemblance between Randall and the Man in Yellow painting per se at all. Anyway, I think with this show, everybody wants people to be somebody else. Like it's like who is Martin really? Who is who is Eloise? Like is Donna somebody she's not? Is Donna Eloise? Like it goes on and on and on. Is Martin Randall? Is Randall going to be the King in Yellow? I mean the Man in Yellow. Well, he's a lot like the King in Yellow. From Lovecraft.
Lovecraft, yeah.
I mean, yeah, and it's possible somebody could be like a different person than than we think they are. But I don't know. I don't see a lot of evidence for it right now.
When I saw the painting for the Man in Yellow, he almost looked light skinned. So I was thinking like, okay, but then like he ended up being the old dude and stuff. So it's interesting.
Yeah. Julie. Well, no one technically died in this episode. Did we see Jim die? No. So will be the series finale. No, I think it's pretty obvious that Jim died. Like, you know
He
what I
got his
mean?
throat ripped off.
Yeah.
He's not coming back.
What if the Man in
She's
Yellow,
kidding.
Julie's
She's kidding around.
screaming, he's like, hey, I can save him. I can make him always alive. And then Jim turns into one of those monsters. He turns Jim into one of the monsters, and that really kills Tabitha. That really messed with her mind.
That would be interesting.
But also, who was that? Because you remember in the first season when Julie saw that one kid, he's like, "You remember me? Like, is that like an older Ethan?" Like,
you see, that's what I'm saying. Because I had a theory about that too, where like it's definitely because they just got there, right? Now we know the town knows certain things and stuff like that because they knew the ambulance was coming. But that creature literally called her name and said, "You don't remember me."
But because of the time travel, you know that they can manipulate and keep on going. So time is not linear in this place.
I agree. What are your thoughts on that, Julie?
I agree. Yeah. Time is not linear, so yeah, I don't know. It's confusing, this whole like this they've opened up a whole can of worms with this time travel stuff now.
No
Like,
pun intended.
No pun intended. It's really a lot to wrap your head around, and I'm still trying to figure out how this is going to make sense, and where like it changes everything. It changes everything we thought we knew about this show. So yeah, there's a lot more to that.
When the time travel came in there, I was like, oh, they brought in time traveling. But there were people that saying, oh, there was always time travel in it. Did you guys see any hints of time traveling before we actually confirmed that there was time travel in it? Because I didn't really see it as time travel. I don't know. That could just be me. Brian.
I wouldn't say like, I wouldn't say like time travel, but there's definitely like probably time manipulation. Like time obviously doesn't work the same in Fromville than it does in like the real world. They have a night and day, but it's not saying like, yo, how many do they have the same 24? Is it like less than that? And can that change? Like, could it always be nighttime? Like something like that.
Julie, did you have any hints of time travel?
I did, but not this kind of time travel. When I initially watched season 2, before I got to the end of it, I thought Boyd had just traveled back in time when he went into the dungeon, because when he came out, it was ruins. But then we found out that it was a dream state, because at the end of the season, he went back into it, and you could see that these 3 people were chained up in there, but their physical bodies were somewhere else. So we know it's not simple time travel. It's not just going from here into the past. It seems like they were doing some kind of, and then the same thing with Julie this season, going into that dream state, which looks kind of like she astral projected herself in there while her body was left behind.
Mm-hmm.
And then she does the throwing of the rope. So it's like, it almost seems like they're trying to blend dream states and astral projection with time travel. So I saw evidence of it. So I did see evidence of it in season 2, but I didn't think that we were going to go in this kind of direction where like you could actually time travel in like I don't think what they're living right now is a dream. Like, I believe that they're all awake. They're not all in a dream state. And what Julie is now doing, it's different. It's completely different. She's not in some kind of dream state. She's not astral projecting unless now, I mean, who knows?
This is what I want to say. Yeah, go ahead. I want to hear what you're saying.
Unless that wasn't Julie's real body, that future Julie that just showed up, and maybe she's astral projecting herself from the future to where she is at now, which is possible.
Or how about this? When we go back, we find out that Julie is having a seizure in the diner, or she's shaking and she has the white eyes in the diner. Which then shows when she does that, she's going back in time. Every time that she's done that, she's going back in time. So then that will explain that 100%. So anytime we now have Julie in the present, and you see her going through that, we know that's really Julie going back in time, or going back in time and projecting herself somewhere else.
That would be interesting.
It could be.
So,
yeah.
So you're saying
so
she wouldn't need. So you're saying she wouldn't need the runes to do that anymore, right?
Yep. Since she had cicadas, like she now knows how to use it. So anytime she goes through that state where she's like shaking or any of that stuff, she's actually going back in time. That's when the other body comes. So when we come back to there, instead of the man in yellow killing her, she disappears. And
you know what's
we find out Julie in the diner is actually, she was shaking and having a seizure, and she comes back, but she doesn't remember any of it.
You know what's interesting? Back in season 2, when she's in the ruins with like Randall and all them, when she's screaming, what if at that time when she's screaming, she's seeing her father die and stuff like that, like over and over again, like, or just at that moment, it's like we're going back to the finale of season 3 where she's like, because it's almost like the same scream.
Interesting, because I know they usually like to go back into previous seasons, so that would definitely be interesting if they did something like that. I still don't have any.
I do think that when Ethan had a seizure, I think he was also time traveling. Julie's going to learn how to do it first. And
Elgin also had that, like he had a seizure too. So
I think that it's too common of a thing that's happening for that not to be linked for all of them to do it, and that would be part of Elgin's redemption arc.
Interesting. We have this.
Ain't no redemption for him.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, he can be redeemed. He just can't come to the.
Yeah. You know what? I can't say that because at first I didn't think Sarah could redeem. After what she did, she's redeemed in my eyes.
Okay,
what did he just say?
That's what I was saying.
When I first heard that, I was like, this.
I didn't catch that on the first play. I was like, wait a minute, did he say the N-word?
I just when I heard that, I was like, what did he just say?
I definitely caught. I think everybody here has black caught that. Like what?
I bet you 100%.
That's funny.
He ad-libbed that word in there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? 100%.
I agree with you. Don't even worry about it. Yeah.
Did you catch that on the first time, Julie?
No, I did not catch that on the first time.
I was like, did he just say that?
Harold is just such a great character because it's like, like he's able to just show his range where it's like his reactions to things are just really genuine and stuff. Like it's very realistic and whatnot.
The subtitles, I don't know if it's there. Yeah.
You say hey.
It says hey. You know what I mean? So I guess that's why when I was watching, I was like, okay. And then when I watched it again, I said, oh, he said the N-word. And that came out of a place from, you know what I mean? Like ad lib, you know what I mean? Like,
that's from the best man. That's what that's from the best man.
Yeah, fact. If I put it in like this, it's gonna have more weight impact. You know what I mean? But Father Katri tells him,
break you. If you do this place is one.
And if I don't, my daughter-in-law dies.
Now we know that this town from the beginning of the season has been trying to break Void. So why would Father Katri be trying to tell him not to do it and say it's going to change you if they're trying to break him? That's why I think the manipulation comes into him. Plus, I also think Father Katri at this point is stalling for time. You know what I mean? They're having a serious conversation out there, like 5-minute conversation. He's stalling him for time. What do you think, Brian?
That's a long conversation to have with yourself. Even with Father Katri, no one out there is looking like, bro, who you talking to? What is going on? That man, I'm telling you, that's the real breaking. It's the mind. That's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
They're not trying to do all this other stuff, manipulate all this stuff. They're trying to break Boyd's mind. Because if his mind goes, this town has no hope. He's literally the only thing holding it together.
Julie, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely trying to break his mind. I think they're trying to break his mind and his spirit. I mean, yeah, that entity country seemed to be stalling for time. Slowing him down. Like the more he can be slowed down, the closer this entity comes to being reborn. So I agree on that.
Absolutely. And Perp?
Yeah, I'm still like I still think that it's more so like he's already kind of broken. Like he's doing things that are our character. He's not really thinking rationally, and that's gonna have consequences. Like a lot of people are just it's like what Donna said, like people just don't believe in you anymore and stuff like that. So if people turn on them, then it's just like they can kind of prop somebody else to take that spot to be a leader and stuff like that. So
Psyche Star said, I believe I've been saying this all over these live streams. I don't think he's dead. I do not think Jim is dead. I'm curious to know why you guys don't think Jim is dead. So I know I'm a little bit behind in the chat, but write it down there and let me know. I'll get to it sooner or later because I
tell you the man
I
in
don't
yellow.
know.
Can you imagine the man in yellow giving them everlasting life, giving him immortality, but turning him into a monster? How that would work? Can you imagine the scene?
Yeah, that'd be crazy.
That will F with everybody, even us.
Especially
we'll be
Ethan,
watching it. I'll be sitting there looking in like, look, guys, this is nuts. This is blowing my mind right now. Ethan will be. Can you imagine anything else ruining
Julie,
Ethan like
her and Julie? Yeah.
Oh, that will force Julie to go back and try to do this again. And Tabitha will just be a mess.
She'll feel guilty because she's like, oh damn, we should probably never even play that music and stuff like that because he was probably right.
And he said it.
He was right.
Yep.
Yeah, and when Wild says that, she's kidding. When Wild said, that's my co-host there, by the way. Yeah, she was kidding. She knows Jim is dead. I don't know why Saggy Star thinks he's alive, so I'm curious to know what she has to say on that. Oh, and by the way, I forgot to mention this. Khatri, the ghost Khatri thing, I thought it was interesting how he popped up in front of that thing full of crosses behind him. That of all places for him to appear, that's trying to make himself look more persuasive on purpose. My opinion.
I agree with you 100%. Jim gave up. Jim gave up getting out all season just to get walked down by future Randall. So you guys think that's future Randall too?
How does that feel? I don't think it's because he would have to have the scar. He'd have to have the scar on his face.
I don't think
he
so.
doesn't have that scar.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think the man in yellow is somebody. I think it's one of the originals who was there when they were doing the sacrifice.
And the one who convinced everyone.
Or that's just the form he takes. That's just the form he takes.
It could be, but I'm gonna when I do my video, guys are gonna see what I think about it. So I don't want to say it too much again. But and it's like, I'm gonna do my video, and then you guys won't see this video for like a couple weeks because I got too lazy to do it. And I'm like, I should have just said what I had to say. You know what I mean?
Gotta get it done tomorrow. Next day off.
No problem, Brian. You're gonna come back after your stream?
Oh, 100%, guys. So look, this is the time we can catch up on all the comments. I know everyone's asked about the comments. We're gonna catch up on all those things. I'll be right back because Bears lose anyway, so my Bears show doesn't even matter. So I was going to go do that and come right back.
All right, and we'll get through the comments real quick. So we'll go through the comments while Brown is get back, and I can get back to you. So you guys that are in there talking about Jim is still alive, let me know. Brian, tell the people where they can find you real quick before you bounce.
And 1/3 of Spoiler Kings. We go live Mondays and Thursdays, and now Saturdays doing Silo Season 2. We're actually gonna do a watch party tomorrow for the episode that comes out tomorrow. So if you want to join us at 9 o'clock, we'll do that, and we can all have fun and talk about that then.
I'm caught up, so I might join you guys. Oh yeah. What time? Wait, what time are you doing it?
So 9 my time, so 10 yours.
Okay, so because I'm not doing my
You should
stream
be.
tomorrow because I have a little meeting, so I should be done. Yeah, I'll join you guys.
Perfect. All right. I'll see you guys then. I'll be right back.
Peace. Um, I thought we would learn more about Randall and Mari, like we learned about Julie. We know it's bad, that's all. But I thought Randall was having Sarah moments and Mari was humming a monster lullaby. Interesting. I think I think we will. I think there's more significance to what they are doing between them two, and I think that's why we really didn't get any answers for them yet. What do you think, Julie? Why do you think we didn't get those answers yet?
I think there's going to be more to it. They just didn't have time probably to get to it. They have too many people on this show, and they're not killing off enough people. I mean, they got rid of 4 people this season, but 2 of the 4 were minor, very minor. And I mean, even Tien Chen is not a major character, but I mean, it's like she didn't get a lot of screen time. She never did. So I just feel like they don't have enough time to dedicate to these characters. I feel like like Christy and Marielle were really sidelined this season, both of them.
For sure.
Yeah.
Prep, what do you think?
Um, what was the question again? I like blanked out for a second.
The question was about why we didn't really get to see more of what Randall and Mari are going through.
Oh, yeah, okay. I just think like they're saving more of that for like season 4. So even though we could have used some of that downtime in those middle episodes to kind of explore more of what they're kind of what's going on with them. Um, but I think they're just kind of saving that for next season because we saw more of that with Julie and Randall, but I think they're going to expand upon it next season.
And Julie, weren't you disappointed that you didn't get enough of the cabin stuff or any stuff over there?
Yeah, that was a huge, huge letdown. I was really hoping we'd at least get something happening there. I didn't expect to necessarily get answers or an explanation, but at least something more than footsteps and knocking on the cabin. That was that was teased too much to not actually give us something, even if it was an unexplained death out there. So something that we didn't actually see, like the pulling of the tent, except causing a death out there, like some event happening at the cabin, and nothing happened. Nothing happened. So I know I'm sure they're setting up something for season 4, but I think that they did too much teasing of it in season 3 and not enough actual action. It was too much. So that was one of my gripes about season 3.
And I get that too, right? I just think that maybe there's a bigger reveal and they want to hold it off because they gave us
Budget.
not just budget, but they gave us
Mm,
a lot of answers, right? And they can't give us
right.
everything. So you got to pick
Yeah.
and choose what answers you're going to give because we still need to go a whole year with theories, right? And if they give us everything, we're like, well, yeah, okay, so we know this is going to happen, so there's no more theories going on. So I'm kind of glad they didn't give us everything, but I do agree with you. Maybe just a little hint of something or something like that would work.
Because the thing, whatever that's outside the cabin, it could be one or two things. Like one, it could possibly be that big ass spider, or you know what I'm saying. But they said that they heard knocking, right? So
Mhm.
it could be possibly the man in yellow messing with them. A completely different entity, that black, Dementor looking thing. That'd be scary to look at. But I'm just, I think that's another thing they're probably saving for the next season or something like you said. But also, I could see, I understand from Julie's point of view, it is kind of disappointing. You kind of set that up, and it went nowhere.
Right. Like they spent too much time, building tension with no actual action happening. At least, even if it were something crazy like that made no sense at the time, like give us some other event like the dragging of the tent, something crazy and dramatic. I don't need them to answer it. I don't want them to answer everything, but we didn't even have anything crazy and dramatic. We had all this tension set up, build up. taking apart the thing of totems, and Jade saying maybe these were used to ward off evil. I mean, kind of like the talismans, and like they had the footsteps outside the cabin. Then they had the knocking. Then they talked about the knocking. In another scene, it happened again. So it put it in the exposition. So that's where I had the issue. At least give us something exciting, even if it's something that made no sense at all, like the spider webs or the dragging of the tent.
Are those totems, like when we saw the skulls and stuff, are those the skulls of the kids? That'd be dark.
That would be dark.
I
I don't
mean, we
know.
did see one drinking from a skull of a kid, right?
Mhm.
Right? Am I right? That was a
Yeah,
king-size
but
skull
I
he was
think
drinking from?
when Jade sees those people, that's probably like the different people that
He used to
have
be.
been reincarnated and stuff like that, or just the different versions of him.
Yeah, Julia said that already in one of her streams that she believes all the reincarnations. So, is it possible that the one with the missing eye was a reincarnation of Elgin?
I don't think so. It's possible. It's
Hmm.
possible, but I don't know. Like you see a recurring theme of certain things happening in this place that are like it's not always somebody in that exact role that
Hmm.
experiences it. Like for example, you had in season 2 that bus person Kelly was tethered to a tree with a piece of rebar, and Jade saw the Puritan guy tethered to a tree through his eyeball with a railroad spike or something. So it was a similar kind of thing, but it wasn't the same person who went through it. It was Kelly in season 2 who had something like that happen. So I don't think it necessarily means like this has got to be Elgin. It's just that this town has a certain playbook. Certain things keep recurring. People keep losing one eye. We've seen other characters in the past. Other things popping up, like Civil War guy had something wrong with one of his eyes too.
Hmm. Interesting. So Jim is a lead. So ghost or flashbacks or different time loops. I'm more or less thinking maybe a comeback as a ghost. I think he'll be one of those, like, maybe the if it is this man in yellow that's manifesting Katri and the bartender Tom, I think he'll manifest Jim to kind of be a vision for Tabitha, to try, because, and I think the foreshadowing of that kind of works too, because at the beginning, Jim was very skeptical and condescending to everything that Tabitha was trying to do, right? Until he had that conversation with Henry. So I could see that the man in yellow using a version of Jim to try and manipulate Tabitha. What do you think? You think that's possible?
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. I would. I'm gonna expect that. I definitely expect that to happen. I think it makes a lot of sense because Tabitha, she's got a mission that she is supposed to fulfill, just like Jade.
Mhm.
So she's like, so you've got the three main players now in the story have become pretty clear. Tabitha, Jade, and Boyd. And Jade and Boyd, they already have their ghost apparition that appears to them, and so I think Tabitha's going to get hers now.
Makes sense. Absolutely. Um, Man in Yellow will ask Jim if he wants to live and be with his family. Jim will accept only to become a new monster. That would be interesting. I think there might be a future scene and flashbacks next season. I agree, 100%. I maybe not next season, and this is why I want to try. And I got till 2026 so to do my video, right? But I do think that we are definitely going to get that full original story. They're going to show us
Yeah,
exactly what happened with the original Tabitha and the original Jade. It'll be in the last season. I don't think it'll be next
either
season.
that or we see like what happened with Victor and all them and stuff like that. Because I feel like
I think we might
they
see
could show
that
that.
too. Yes,
Hmm.
yes. Because those are things that still need to be answered, right? Like what happened with the town. I think that information we could get next season, right? Because
Like
now that the man
opening
in yellow's there,
episode.
yeah, we'll get to see how the townspeople when Victor was there died. And then I think
Hmm.
in the last season, we'll get the original scene of them trying to save the kids and on because I believe it was Miranda, obviously, well, the original Miranda that told the kids the story that made them hope and put the tree in there. It was definitely her that did that, right? Because we said someone that loved them told them a story. It was the original Miranda. So I think that's what we're gonna see. I think there might be future scenes of flashbacks. I read that one. Sorry about that, Julie. What happened? Did I miss
Oh,
something?
those when we talked at the same time.
Oh, okay. Using the Ankui kids to defeat the man in yellow. Um,
The power of friendship.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think the Ankui kids are just there to bring back the memories that Jade and Tabitha had. I don't think
Mhm.
they are going to be the. I think the boy in white is going to have a lot to do
So,
with them stopping the man in yellow.
so you think we're never going to see these kids again? You think that's
No,
it? Like,
no, we will. We will. We will.
okay,
I think the next time we see them is
they'll say
going to
something
be
else.
with what happened to them. Yeah, with what happened to them.
They'll say something else in crazy language and stuff. We got to decipher that. Like,
Actually, no. I think that Ankui word is all they're ever gonna say. What about you, Julie? You think we're gonna get something else from them?
No, they're never going to say a single other intelligible word except Enkui, which makes zero sense. That all this time we were thinking like maybe it's code for something, maybe it's related to some kind of language. People have scoured the internet, wasted their time trying to figure that
yeah,
word out,
it's made
and
up.
it's just made up. How is it?
Yeah.
How does it
As-
connect to remember? How? It doesn't.
but
Not
it's a good way
one
to kind of
person.
throw people off, though. It's a great way to throw
Fact,
people off.
because not one person I know came up with remember. You know what I mean? Like nobody
No.
I know. All the theories I watched, there was not one person
At
that said,
first,
"Oh, maybe it means remember." You know?
at first, I was like, I thought they were saying that I'm hungry or something like that. Like they were about to eat like Tabitha or something like that. Like,
Yeah. And some people thought, okay, well maybe it's like Hodor from Game of Thrones, and it's gonna
hold the door.
yeah that would have been interesting, but no, it's just gibberish apparently.
Fact. The man in yellow is Hashtur, the Yellow King of Carcosa. I don't know who that is.
That's
Carcosa.
something
Some
related to Lovecraft. It's a Lovecraft
Oh,
thing.
I got
somebody
you.
else was saying like, cause like you see a name on like the ambulance thing, Mombas or something like that. It's like a character that's like a trickster or something like that, or that could be the actual name of the man in yellow or something like that. But I didn't look
Yeah,
into it.
yeah, what the hell is it? Yeah, I can't remember how to say it. But it's that word that begins with an M, and it comes from an old movie, and this guy is able to manipulate things with magic, and he's evil, and so yeah, there might be something to that. I don't think there's any movie or book that we can look to that's gonna explain everything, and if that's the case, then they're doing a bad job, and they're ripping off another story. So
Yeah,
but it's possible that it could serve as some inspiration for it. And
yeah,
Lovecraft is an inspiration for sure, Lovecraftian stuff.
Absolutely. It seems Christopher and Miranda were enemies, especially before the massacre. There's no guarantee that Jade and Tabitha will be on the same at the end. Ooh, same side at the end. Ooh. And
Mm.
I I could see that where maybe something happens where Jade gets a little jaded, but I think Jade already is acting totally different than Christopher. So I think that they will be on the same page. I don't know. That's just me. What do you think, Billy?
Yeah, it's a problem. It's something that it could happen. It could happen. I hope it'll go a different way for them, but I think in every cycle, that's probably what happened.
Mhm.
Eventually, they were on opposing sides, and the past versions of Jade probably snapped every time. That's what I think. So that's what they need to avoid this time.
I agree. I think they need to be on the same page to end it. What do you think, Perp?
yeah, they gotta be on. Like, I agree. Like, they gotta be on the same page because something triggered. You know, what I'm saying Christopher to kind of go over the edge. Um, So yeah, like they gotta kind of keep it together.
Mhm.
For sure.
When they realize Jim is missing, Ethan will be one to find him because Jim just visited that RV would be the first place Ethan would look. I don't think From will be revealed as Kosa. I think the mythology in From is vague. But Sarah's got the job done. She saved Boyd's soul. Yeah, we're gonna get into that. We're almost there. Don't worry. Um, he's been there the whole time. He wasn't trapped. He was the one who knocked on the RV and the man in the radio and the one who crashed the house, the one in the settlement. So I wouldn't necessarily say he was there the whole time. I do believe he was trapped, and I do believe the song was what let him out. But we're gonna get into that discussion as well. Um, but that should have they should have just followed Elgin. Why is torture the second step? Because Elgin needed to go. Them monsters don't want any of that Sarah smoke. Even Vic said she's the scariest in town, including the monsters. Facts. Boyd and Sarah will be banished to Cannibal Village. Sarah caught them all off guard. She has been nice and calm, even helping Victor, so no one would have known. The man in yellow was trapped in body form until he was released
You
by Jade's music.
you
Ooh,
think the music box has something to do with that? Like, because you it's like when the music stops, that's when like you got to get out before the music stops, or because is it like with the music, whatever the music was playing in the music box is like the same kind of um tempo as the what Jade was playing? Because
you just
there could be something to that.
you just made a point, which I'm going to go back and look. Was the music box playing the same music that Jade played? Do you know, Julie?
Um, I don't think so. I've heard that so many times now that I think if I heard Jade playing it, I probably would have recognized it right away. But
Hmm.
I'd have to check to be completely sure. But music, it was interesting how Jim in this episode was making the connections, how music seems to be bad in this place. Like music has not exactly been associated with good things. That he made reference to the magical music box that almost caused everybody to die, and the jukebox playing music all by itself, uh, which is it's always creepy, and I think it's done to manipulate. Yeah, I thought that was a good point that he made.
Interesting.
And he called
Vanessa,
that he figured out the whole 12 thing back in like season 1.
what do you mean?
Like when the number 12, like he didn't figure out the music stuff, but he figured out the because remember on the whatever house there yeah, the house before the house that collapsed and stuff, there was all that writing and stuff and whatnot. And some I forget who was asking. I think it might have been Tabitha. She's like, you figured out? He's like, yeah, it's 12. Something about
Oh, that's
the number
right.
12.
Oh my god, that's right.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Okay,
Wow.
you remembered it. I'm lost. Go ahead, Julie. Explain, because I got a little lost there. What was happening? God damn, I
He
gotta go back and watch this show.
It
Go
was
ahead.
it was
wow.
season 1 episode 5 or something like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when he was writing all those questions on the wall back
Right.
then, and Tabitha was like, "Oh, have you figured it all out yet?" He's like, "Yeah, yeah, the answer's 12." And he was kidding, but
Mm-hmm.
he was right that it did turn out to be 12. It was the 12 notes. That's what unlocked
Mm-hmm.
the bottle tree codes. That's what made them figure out the music, and then wow, yeah, they planned everything for everybody. Everybody that still thinks they didn't plan, right? The writers didn't know where this was going and they were just messing around. I know it seems like this show is random at the time. Things seem random and out of place. I'm not saying that's not the case. It does seem random, but now it's falling into place. And if you go back and look now, you can see like they planned all of this from the beginning. This was meticulously planned. All of these plot points that happened in the finale, all of it.
I agree
Right,
with you.
Larry.
I'm going to say this too. And because I remember watching an interview with the showrunners, and they were talking about how they knew how the story was going to go. I think they've made little tweaks. You know what I mean? A season
Yeah,
pops
they
up,
had the
they'll
ending
tweak
in
it.
mind. Yeah.
Yeah, they definitely, because I remember they were talking about um was it the Fatima baby stuff or something that was supposed to happen later on? Oh, it was Tabitha leaving, Tabitha leaving Fromville. They literally said in the interview that that was supposed to happen in later seasons, but they pushed it up, which tells
Mhm.
me
Right.
that they probably had maybe more seasons planned and they condensed it to like
Yeah.
5, and then said, okay, so if we're gonna do 5, then we need to push this up further, right?
Wh-
So you are 100% correct. They did have
Which
all
is
of this
which
stuff
is a
planned
good
out.
thing that which is a good thing that like they have this kind of break to kind of just really think of like what they how they want to get to this
Mhm,
ending,
mhm.
and all the stuff they kind of set up, how we're gonna land these planes and stuff like that. So I think it's a good idea that this doesn't release till 2026 because they can make a lot of tweaks. They don't have to rush into anything.
Absolutely. And they're going to be seeing all of the stuff that we were saying online and stuff, and they're going to troll us again, right? Because the kidnapping one of them creatures never came up again. That was a troll. You know what I mean? 100% that was a troll. So
Mhm.
I think they're going to do that again. And I like that. I like the fact that they're listening to what people are saying online. You know what I mean? Because not only are they trolling, they're actually trying to make it
To
better. You know what I
to
mean?
that
So
point, like what if they tried to capture the man in yellow somehow?
uh, listen, that man in yellow, and I said this at the end of my stream, the watch party, it's gonna be different. That man in yellow can come out in the day, right?
He's very
They did not.
calculated. Like he could literally take out anybody, but he specifically took out Jim because he
Mhm.
said like knowledge. What do you say?
Knowledge comes with consequences.
Yes, that
Mhm. Mhm.
just
And not
bar.
only that is they were, and I think Julie said it earlier, like they have this false sense of being safe, right? They're walking
Hmm.
around during the day like nothing's happened. Well, now you got
Eating
something.
pancakes.
Yeah.
Facts. Now you got something that can walk out during the day. Now, I honestly think that the talismans will still stop him from being able to come into the houses as well too. But a lot of people are going to be stuck in their house now. So it's going
Bro
to
was
be
strong.
interesting to see how that plays out next season. It's just another threat that, like, wow, you can't go out at night, you
Yeah,
can't
he was
go out
really
during the day.
manhandling. He was manhandling Jim with one arm. Like that. That was crazy.
Absolutely. And when Julie says this is where it starts, I believe it's the okay, so like when Victor was there, they massacred the town. I believe this him being there is the start of the whole town being massacred, because you see people out there during the day, their dead bodies, they're ripped apart and everything. And I was like, is it the creatures that did that? No, it's the man in yellow. It's the man in yellow that killed everybody in that town. So I think this is the start of what's going to happen. It's going to get
Very
crazy,
possible.
guys.
Yeah, I can see that.
Sarah knew from the moment she met Elgin this would happen. Meanwhile, she knew where Fatima was the whole time. Why didn't we hear Elgin screaming root
To,
cellar or something? All right.
to that
Okay.
point, to that point, before you go on, Victor also didn't like Elgin. He's like, I don't like
Yeah. He said, I
him.
don't trust him. You had every right not to trust him. You're 100%. And I think, again, that was foreshadowing to what Elgin did. But at the time, we were like, we just, at least me, anyways, I just brushed it off because it's just something Victor said. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he
And
did grow up
again,
in like the 70s and stuff like that, so it could have been
yeah,
some, I'm saying, some
it's
passed down
like, I
racism
don't,
right
yeah,
there.
yeah, I just didn't like him. So, and again, it just goes to show you that they know exactly what they're doing. They did not put that line in there for a reason, for no reason. That line was in there for a reason. Sarah being fully possessed since thug, she went through the tree, partially possessed since she killed Toby. Interesting. Everyone from has killed. Boyd killed Abby because he didn't step up and protect his family. Fatima killed Tilly. Acosta killed Nikki. Sarah killed 4 people. A lot of murders here. I agree. I agree. This is the main alliterations of Cos- Coscosa, mostly H.P. Lovecountry and Robert Chambers' book. Gotcha. So Fatima will go into the box too? No,
I
I
want to
don't
see
think
somebody
so.
go in the box, man. We gotta bring back the box. Somebody gotta go in
I
there.
yeah, I don't think she's gonna go in the box. But I think the shit that she's going through is not over yet. What do you think, Julie? You think like she's in the safe? She's in the clear now?
Yeah, yeah, and I don't think
Hmm.
anybody's gonna go in the box. Nobody. So yeah, they're not gonna do anything to Sarah, or Elgin now. I mean, uh, yeah, Sarah. If they weren't gonna do anything to her before, they're certainly not going to now. That's for sure.
Facts. They'd be scared. People gonna be scared of Sarah now. You know what I mean? Sarah's gangster.
She got the most.
El-
She got the highest body count. Like
Elgin got hit with wrath, 100%. Didn't make a difference. She is someone's wife, and if they had followed Elgin, he would have known to divert them. Yeah,
he probably tried to
possibly
run away.
they could have followed him. Father Katri is a former gangster, 100%. Hey, Julie, I love your deep dives.
Mhm.
If I were Boyd, I wouldn't have waited around to follow. I would have went full Sarah. I would have went full Lorena Bobbitt. Plus, they got there in time for Boyd to see who she birthed. Glue, guns, and roses, 100%. I agree with you 100%. I know Julie's on the I didn't want to see Boyd do it. Brian was on the same thing. If you guys watch the watch party, when that scene came up, I had 2 people saying, "Don't do it, don't do it," and I was like, "Do it, do it,
I
do it."
I wish. I honestly wish like the person that tortured Elgin should have been Ellis, because I was like, Ellis needs to get some dog in him. Like, he a little bit too soft. Like, that'd have
I
been a
would have,
perfect time to see like him be on some demon time shit and just go crazy on Elgin.
I would have been down for
Start
that.
beating the shit out of him.
Yeah, I would have been down for that too as well, 100%. Julie, huh? Go ahead, guys.
Yeah. Um, I think Ellis should have. I mean, Ellis was actually ready to just like attack him himself. They pulled him away, so they should have just let Ellis go. Actually, I mean, at least he'd be showing some strength. He sure doesn't show it up to this
Facts,
point.
facts, 100%. This pregnancy was distraction, like I always said. Not unless Fatima come back with more details. Them ghosts are them ghosts are the man in yellow, even Martin. He can take several forms. He's a cosmic elder. No, elder one, the brothers of Chichuhu. Okay. Sarah has earned her place. Yes, she has, 100%. Sarah gets Sarah gets to sit at the head table. You know what I mean? She gets the big piece of chicken. She gets all of it.
Everybody kind of goes through that, like you start off hating Sarah, then she becomes a fan favorite. That's what I was saying. Like when they had that character thing, whatever, on their main page of Acosta, everybody hates Acosta now, but I feel like in season 4, people are going to kind of warm up to her character. She'll become
Yeah,
more
yeah.
useful.
I know you were on that, and I was like, nah, nah. I think Acosta is going
Or
to
Danny.
cause a divide. Or Danny, and we're gonna get into that name too,
Yeah.
because that might be mean something. But I think she's gonna cause a divide. I think there's gonna be a divide where certain people are gonna follow Boyd and certain people are gonna follow her, because especially what happened in this room, like she's gonna turn people against Boyd because there are already a few people against him. So I think she's gonna
Mhm.
convince them.
It's a good opportunity. She's
Yeah,
gonna manipulate. She can manipulate Kenny, or not manipulate, but like I think they're gonna have a genuine, relationship. But she's also gonna kind of use that to her benefit.
well, Kenny's the only one that called her by her real name. So I'm
Yeah,
kind of thinking,
that's what made me think. I was like, okay, we
they,
on first date basis. Oh,
yeah,
all right, I see what you did there. Okay.
they might have slapped. They might have slapped some cheeks. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, yeah.
Julie, you think Acosta's gonna cause a divide, and you think she's gonna become a fan favorite?
I think that she I mean, she might grow on people eventually. It's going to take some time. That's what tends to happen, though. I mean, that's what's happened with Randall, and obviously Jade is the biggest example. He was, an idiot, and now most of the fans just love the character. And I don't think she'll ever be as popular as that, but I think she'll grow on people. And but initially I think she will cause a divide because she's very much against what Boyd just did. She was horrified.
I agree. I think Sarah actually saved Elgin's life. If he would have went back to see Fatima, the monsters would have killed him down in the tunnel. That's interesting. I don't know if they would have. It seemed to me like the creatures, because they didn't even kill Fatima, right? Like she didn't even kill Fatima. It seems like they just wanted the rebirth of Smiley. So I'm not sure if anybody would have died at that moment, but possibly. Katri,
Hmm.
Abby, and Tom had always have always rubbed me the wrong way to direct without getting the people anywhere. I agree. Detective, sorry. Right. Bartender was trying to get Jade off the sauce, but we knew that Miranda saw her vision while her mind was impaired. That's a good point. And I think I said that too. I think when we were talking about that episode, I said it seemed to me like maybe Jade kind of thinks a little bit better when he's drunk or whatever. And because Jim was the one that figured everything out, Jade didn't. He was having so much problems with the numbers. Maybe if he had a little shot because he wasn't drinking,
Like he had all the pieces, but he just didn't know how they all fit.
fit
Type
together.
of,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
exactly. I thought that was bad advice. I said that at the time myself. That actually, in this place, that advice to sober up was actually probably not a good thing. That especially if he's talking about the weed, because if we're talking about that, that seems to calm Jay down enough to think clearly. So if you're talking about that, then it's really bad advice. So
Mhm.
yeah, that's what
And
I
and
think.
to mention the fact that first time Miranda had her visions, she did drugs. You know what I mean? We don't know about Tabitha or whatever because she's been having little visions since she was a kid. But it seems like some people may need that drugs to see visions or to figure things out. And I agree. I think that information to not drink was a mistake. So I agree with that. I think the
It's
man
so
in yellow
crazy.
was. I think the man in yellow was controlling all of the Fromville ghosts. Could be, 100%.
Like a
If
hive
he's
mind.
right, if he's the voices in the radio, who's to say he's not those ghosts, right? That are manifesting. Again, those voices could be like just what they're hearing, but their mind, like Boyd's mind, um, Jade's mind, is showing, people that they've talked to or communicated with the most. I think Jade communicated with the bartender the most in that first season, right? So that could be the reason why he's seen it. What do you think, Julia? Is that the reason?
Yeah. He like Jade didn't make a lot of connections with people, but he did make a connection with Tom the bartender, and so I think I mean that's the perfect entity for him to try to influence him, because he took Tom's advice once before, which was to try to get the police radio to work. So I think that's why gets to influence Jade.
Absolutely, 100%. Um, I wonder if Elgin will think Smiley is a savior now. I don't think so. I think they're gonna actually tell you this is what you did. This is what happened. And he's not gonna be able to like understand or believe, like, oh my gosh, maybe I shouldn't have done this. Maybe I was being manipulated, right? Because Sarah had her breaking point to where she realized, yeah, I'm not doing the right thing. And I think Elgin will have his. So I agree. Um, I like Katri's backstory on how he got to the town. Yeah, me too. With Boyd, the entity who always says the opposite, especially using Abby, Boyd never listened the Abbey even when they rode into town. Absolutely. They confirmed it this season. If y'all haven't read The Yellow King, the King in Yellow play and the play The Man in Yellow. No, I have not.
Oh,
I'm not
Anzo, I gotta head off, but I appreciate
no
the
problem,
link,
bro.
and
Thank
this
you
was a
for
great
coming.
discussion. I'm definitely gonna be still tuning in and stuff like that. I'm probably gonna go back and rewatch season 1 and stuff like that because now it's just like
Yeah, we're
I'm
gonna
just
do
thinking
that
about
too.
stuff. But nice to meet you, Julie. You know,
Nice to meet you too.
yep. I'll see you.
No problem. Shout out your
Yeah.
channel before you go, Perp.
Oh yeah. Perp minded. Go check me out. Subscribe. I just talk about from everything else. Yellow Jackets is coming up, so that's another one that I'm looking forward to. Got the Perp Show Awards coming next month. Yeah. Appreciate everybody. Shouts to the chat, and yeah, I'll see y'all.
Thank you for coming, brother. Take care. They're fantastic. I highly recommend it. Cool. I think the man in yellow is second in command. The handle between the tip of the spear and the thing that's controlling the spear. Ah, see, I got something about that too as well. The man in yellow is using the dead. Their souls are not trapped. If our characters die, they will be brought back as someone else. The monsters too, they die, they'll come back the same. I think the boy in white is the man in yellow, second in command son, which is why he's cleaner than the other kids. Man in yellow is possibly the man that first started praising the entity. None of them remember. Absolutely. I heard someone say the kimono lady and the man in yellow are like middle management. We have yet to see the CEO. I agree. That's going to be part of my video. So when you guys see my video come up, make sure to check it out because I do agree with that statement. The entity's weakness is its ego. Oh, that's interesting. What's up, David? It was Tabitha remembering the truth that summoned the man in yellow, not the song. What we witnessed in terms of psychoanalysts was the super goal emerging to solve the opium, whatever that is, complex. You guys are getting way too deep for me, man. So
The edible, the
uh,
edible comp.
yes, 100%. So Tabitha is a reincarnation of the lady in 1905. Lord, ain't no telling how many babies she done had. Jim's ego was hurt. Yeah, Jim's ego was hurt. You could see it. He got down on his knees and almost started crying. So yeah, I agree with you. Pretty much. The cave paintings seem to be a timeline of the first cycle. Possibly. It's even though it's horrible, it's always attacking mentality. Plans to go throughout and throughout to defeat it. They need a long range plan. He's almost 100-year plan. Yeah, I got you. Tabitha and Jade were in the original cycle and have been coming back as different archetypes ever since. Sarah, the Fromville savage, got a hella bodies. Facts. 100%. Um, so here, he wasn't going to what? I do apologize for that. Boyd should have said, "You done effed up now." You know, right? Yeah, I know. I know. Stop slandering that man. What do you mean? Stop slandering Ethan? No, no. We gonna keep slandering him. Your kids are immortality. Immortality though. Your kids? Whose kids? Which kids are we talking about? I'm
The
curious.
kids that they sacrificing your kids for
Oh,
immortality.
oh, your kids for immortality though. Yeah, I know. I get it. I get it. I wouldn't. I wouldn't start with his kneecaps. You would have started with his kneecaps. I would have started with his kneecaps as well. 100%. When Katri said to pull out his fingernails, I said it at the same time. Well, yeah, that's that German torture shit. 100%. Does anyone think the boy in white is the original Tabitha Jade kid from pre-tan times? Save the son, not the daughter. Miranda's two kids, Tabitha two kids, foreshadowing Julie's fate. You can answer that. I think what they said is what it is. They had a girl, and they didn't want to
Yeah.
sacrifice the girl. That's what I think it is. Go ahead.
I think it was probably just the kid that just the girl that they just remembered. I don't know. Like I feel like they just got back all of their knowledge, all of it. And we may not have heard all of it yet. They might tell more of of this epiphany they both just had next season. So who knows? Maybe they also realize they have a son. But for now, I'm just going with the daughter.
Yeah, me too. Kimono Lady did do Elgin a favor by sending that pic to Boyd. At least Boyd knows Elgin wasn't lying about believing it was an angel now. Yeah, but still, Boyd was like, why would you listen to this picture? Like, Boyd had the right idea because he said, oh, it was a picture of my house. And then he showed them, even though it was a picture of my house, the boat was missing. So you're not, when Boyd said that, it was like telling Elgin, you're not getting the full picture. And I believe that's what he meant by telling her that.
Yeah.
So what do you think?
Agree.
You think that's what is?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, maybe it was kind of giving Elgin some backup, like, see, there is something supernatural going on here, where that he has reason to believe that it's true, that she's going to save them all, but it's not going to change anything.
Absolutely. Revelations also refers to the Bible, and Elgin represents the angel that whisks the woman's clothes in the sun to safety and feeds her baby. This is what happens to Virgo and the sun's passing. Yes, they could have waited, except his eyes was meant to be taken. Huh? They foreshadowed the torture in a previous episode when Boyd had a conversation with Donna about trapping one of the creatures. I agree 100%. Let me get to this real quick because Perp sent a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Perp. He said, "This is for Boyd's funeral fund." Stop it. Stop it.
No,
You guys killing off Boyd is killing me, man. I don't like it. We're not
that's
doing that. Yeah. Go
not
ahead.
happening. It's not
No,
happening. There's no
no.
way. There's
I
just
know
no
Jade
way.
is your favorite character, but you don't want to see Boyd die.
No, he'd be my number two favorite. So
Mhm.
no, and I just don't see it realistically happening. I just
Me
don't.
neither.
I don't see it. He has legit plot armor. It's just, whether people like it or not. People don't like plot armor, but I like how they wrote it. I like the way that they explained it. It makes sense in the context of the show. At least they have an
Mhm.
explanation that I think it makes sense.
Absolutely. And I know, to me, and I don't know if you feel the same way, but I think kind of Boyd was a back character to a lot of the stories that happened this season. But I
It
don't
was,
mind that because season two, it was pretty much all Boyd. You know what
yeah.
I mean? So I can understand you need to progress the story with other characters and stuff like that. And I'm sorry. And again, to your point, it's meant to be that way, right? It was meant to be that way. Everything that they have done has been planned out from the beginning. So it was meant to be where this season was about finding out the answers and getting more information about the Kui kids, Miranda, Tabitha, Jade, Christopher. So I don't have a problem with that because Boyd still was pretty badass in this season. So he can
Yeah, I
stop
wanted
and
more of
not
him,
go.
though.
Go ahead. What do you say,
I wanted
Julie?
more of him, though.
Yeah,
I
me too.
did want more focus on just him. Give him more to do. He's way too good of an actor and too good of a character
Fact,
to kind of sideline as much as they did. That's
facts,
the issue that I had.
facts. Absolutely, 100%. And Sarah knew the day she saw him. That's why she tried to build a rapport with him. Possibly, they did right by getting Sarah, the Fromville enforcer. Facts. These monsters just love to troll Boyd. Yes, they do. It was gonna happen. Sarah even said he doesn't know how far he has to go. That's correct. The irony wasn't important to note. I agree. We don't know what Boyd did in Afghanistan, military tactics. Yeah, I know, right? And that's exactly what he was doing. Maybe Boyd did have to do some of that stuff back in the day. We don't know, right? And it was because it seemed like it was one of those things where it's like, oh, I can't believe I have to do this. So I agree with that. Elgin
Yeah,
was gonna talk. Yeah, when it was too late though. Elgin wasn't gonna talk. No, I
right.
agree. He wasn't gonna talk. Elgin may turn evil. Victor has a lot of drawings of evil residents without one eye and a bleeding socket. Sarah may have been told by the voices to take Elgin's eye. Ugh, that's interesting. Kimono lady is a siren. Interesting. What's up, Nadia? How you doing? Good. Boyd should have threatened him with a bar of soap. He would have really threatened him with a bar of soap. Really, the one-eyed, the one-eyed man was naked. There, naked was naked to the tree, or the civil soldier with one eye. Was he naked?
No.
He
That
was
maybe she
naked.
was trying to type maybe she was trying to type tethered. I don't know.
Okay, typo. Yeah, I'm like, I don't remember seeing no naked man. Or a Civil War soldier with one eye. Which one is his destiny? Hanging in a tree or nailed to the tree? Okay, so you're saying which one? I think I think they could be either both or something else, right? And I think those visions were to show Jade that he could end up like that if he doesn't do the right thing.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. It's like a warning. It's like a warning. And no Dieter, I see you in the chat. No camera this time. I'm not doing that tonight. Don't expect that all the time because that's not gonna happen. Trust me. It is too much work. It is just not happening. I just want to be comfortable. You'll see me when I do my Simon Webster interview because I have no other choice. But it's not going to be like a common occurrence at all. Sorry to tell you that.
That yeah, I know it's disappointing, Dieter, but you did look good on camera, so don't worry about that. She can be both. Even the unfallen would say, "Do not be afraid. They appear to you in a way you only you understand." I got you. The kimono lady is like the wailing woman. I saw a photo of kimono lady from an original story, and above her it said, "The mother of monsters." Would be crazy if Sarah always knew she was in the cellar and just wanted to take that eye for kicks. Yeah, no, I don't think that was it. I don't think that was it. And Elgin never talked. This is like the second or third something happening to someone's eye. Yeah, yeah. We had the the pilgrim with the eye, and I don't know what the other one is though, Nadia. Let's go. But Elgin is right. We will see in the end. We are now heading home in season 4 and 5. Next season won't be winter. No, it will not. Elgin woke up and caused havoc. 100%. Yeah, it's definitely a lake monster in the form of Lovecraft's cosmic identity. I don't know. I don't really know much about the Lovecraft stuff, so I mean, I've seen the show Lovecraft Country, but all the books and all the stuff you guys are talking about, not my, I don't know about that. Is the boy in white the only child to be saved? Well, we don't even know if the boy in white was a saved child anymore, to be honest with you. And to me, I go with the man in yellow is like, let's say, the devil, and the boy in white is like God. You know, those type of references. What do you think, Julie?
Yeah. Uh, I still think the boy in white may have been one of the saved or a child who avoided the sacrifice maybe. um I'm still thinking that for now. It's really unclear how that would work, um but it just makes sense to me, so I'm still going with that theory.
I agree with you 100%. Because nothing explains itself here. Yeah, I know. We've been saying that all the time. You know, we need to get explanations. We need people talking. And I think they did a good job of people talking and getting explanations in this final episode. And I mean, I'm not the type that oh my gosh, I need answers right away. No, because then we can't theorize and come on here week after week and wonder what's happening. So I like the fact that they're giving us little drips of water. What do you think, Julie?
Yeah,
Are
I
you
like
good with that too?
I'm fine with that. Yeah, just little bits of it that yeah, that's fine with me.
I think I would have liked a little bit more answers, like you said, maybe the stuff in the woods. But as long as I'm sorry, as long as we don't get threads that they completely never explain, then I'll be okay with waiting for answers. You know what I mean? But if we never get an explanation for what was out in that cabin, that's gonna be disappointing, right? If next season
Extremely.
they never talk about it again and it never happens, then it's gonna be like, okay, so it seems like that's when it will seem like you put something in there but never really had anything to finish it, you know? So and the way the show goes, I don't think they do stuff like that. So I'm good with
Yeah,
waiting.
me too. I
Well,
don't want them to
Fatima,
explain too much, you know.
yes,
It's no fun in that. I just if they're gonna tease stuff, then I just need like more something exciting to happen, even if it's something crazy that we don't have an answer for.
facts. Will Fatima ever tell anyone she killed Tilly? I don't think so. Well, I mean, Boyd and Ellis know, Donna knows, right? But will she tell anybody? No, I don't think so. And will she? Well, I think she might end up telling like I was drinking blood and all that stuff, and now we know the reason why. So it's going to be interesting how they actually handle that next season. But this is different to Sarah. That's what the priest said. Yeah, but the priest is just trying to manipulate. Someone else would have gotten pregnant. Smiley was going to be reborn no matter what. Agreed. Agreed. Because what we learn in this episode is that they come back after they die. So yes, they would have found another way. Someone else would have got pregnant. In every scripture, there are aliens. Some don't accept it and blame it on the interpretation. So what are you saying? You think that this has something to do with aliens? God, I hope not. Victor's
Yeah, I hope
body
not.
can.
I really hope not.
Yeah, me too. I don't want to see the alien. Victor's body can be used at any time, controlled. That's why he lacks memory. That's interesting. A blaster, Jade, has been calling Jade Teacup since season one because Jim's designs right. Okay. Get the likes up. Yes, please, guys. Please. I think Sarah was the man in yellow until she heard a female voice, maybe Julie's voice as she time jumps. I think you think Sarah was the man in yellow?
Sarah. Wait, is that what that said?
Yeah, I think
Wait.
Sarah was the man in yellow until
Huh.
she heard a female voice, maybe Julie's voice as she time jumps.
Yeah, I'm lost on that one.
Yeah, I don't see that one. Marielle got to be self-medicating. Oh, guaranteed. She's
Oh
in
yeah.
there with all the drugs, right? And it seems to me like, we see what's happening to Julie. We see what's happening to Randall. But it seems like she's running around with no it's like um oh my gosh. What's her girlfriend's name again? Slipping my mind.
With Marielle,
Yeah, no, Marielle's girlfriend.
Christy.
Christy. Christy didn't know, right? Christy didn't know. So the
No.
only way that she was getting away with not freaking out like Julie and Randall do is probably because she was on drugs. So I can agree with that.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Absolutely. I know I said this earlier, but Vanessa, thank you very much. I always appreciate it. He's a sweet summer child and found out the hard way. Cheers, Vanessa. Yes, congratulations. Absolutely. I would have gave somebody else the camera so fast. Yeah, me too. We black people, we don't do that. You know what I mean? We ain't doing that. If we put a camera out there and that camera pops out a picture, that camera's going in the garbage. Trust me. Ba- Baseball bats coming out and we smashing that thing and yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
The monsters bug Fatima. Yeah, damn right. Elgin isn't manipulated. He saw the end game. And well, he saw the wrong end game because the baby came and they ain't going home.
Yep. No way.
Elgin Elgin was sleep deprived. That's why he was easily manipulated. It's all about the mind. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I think it manipulates maybe the weaker minded people in the town. Sarah seems like she was kind of one of the weaker minds. Elgin seems like he's one of the weaker minds as well. So I could definitely see that. Why do these commercials keep popping up on you? I'm sorry, brother. It's YouTube. Um, what up, peeps? What's going on? Thank you very much. Let me know if the ads keep popping up too much, guys, because I've been hearing that for some reason my ads pop up a lot. So let me know that. If anything, Julie is the storyteller. Oh, so you think Julie might be the storyteller? Yeah, but then why would she be asking Ethan for the story? You know, Ethan told us what was
Yeah.
going to happen. Yeah. Okay. So go ahead.
Yeah, I don't think that. I think that it's the way that they portrayed it in the show. Like,
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
Do you remember his chronological story from the first season?
Oh yeah, yeah. Um,
Does
it's
okay? So is there any relevance to what we're seeing now?
um, there, yeah, actually, yeah. That come to think of it, it kind of messes with the way that I've been thinking about how the story applies to what we've already seen, because, or unless there's maybe more than one application of it, because there's a female chromonocle in the story, and whatever the hell that is, I don't know what a chromonocle is, but there's a female chromonocle that goes on a quest, gets lost in the rainbow sky, visits the cavern of the lonely dragon, finds some it's full of like a bunch of junk nobody wanted, but all of it was treasure to her, or to the lonely dragon, him or her, I don't know. And then the lonely dragon gives the chromonocle a map, and then the chromonocle isn't lost anymore. So I've been thinking Tabitha is the chromonocle, and that Jade is a second one, because there was a clue that there might be two, a male and a female, because Jim and Tabitha were both pretending to be chromonocles together. So I've been thinking it's Tabitha and Jade, but if this is the way. Oh, and another thing, Ethan always says on a quest, sometimes you have to save someone.
Mhm.
So it's possible. It's possible maybe Julie's been the chromonocle the whole time, because, or either that, or there's more than one representing a chromonocle in the story. That there's multiple. Because like another thing, they were standing. Julie and Ethan were standing at the ruins of the dungeon together. She wanted to know what to do. She said later to her parents, when she told them about it, that it felt so much like one of Ethan's stories.
Mhm.
And so she wanted to know what he thought that she should do. And he had said, "We're at a threshold. It's always scary, but the hero has to be brave." She's the hero, in other words. She
Mm.
had to step over
I
the
agree.
threshold and go in there. Now, look what she's trying to do. She's trying to save someone. She's trying to save her father. He was saying on a quest, you have to save someone. She's maybe her journey through time is her getting lost in the rainbow sky, quote unquote, and she needs to find a so-called cavern of the lonely dragon, or something that represents that, and get something that equates to a map. So maybe that's the key.
Absolutely.
I think
And
she's the hero. I 100% think that she's the hero of the
yeah,
story. We're missing that from the beginning.
Yeah, it's
I
looking
agree
that way.
with you. And I also think that they might not be able to go back in time and like save the Ankui kids that way. But
Right,
with Julie popping up where she did, I think she may be able to have an effect on present time. Like, for example, I think she might be able to save Jim if she comes back maybe earlier, or actually convinces a Jim to run instead of, you know what I mean? Like, so
right.
I think, I think there's maybe a like that time in this real time they can change. I just don't think they can go back straight to the beginning and stop the Ankui kids from dying and then erasing everything that happened. I don't
I
think
don't
that.
think that's what they need to do either. I think that's not. I think they have to release the Ankui kids soul.
Their soul, yeah.
Because everyone who dies there, their soul is stuck. I believe that's what's going on. So as long as they go ahead and find a way to release them and let them get out of there, then everything will be okay. And that's what's going to release them and let everyone go home.
Absolutely. Dieter gifted 1 Big Afford membership. Thank you very much, Dieter. I appreciate you. I appreciate Vanessa for giving out these memberships to you guys. I promise you I will get a membership content up there because now that you guys are all members, you'll probably be like, what am I paying for? Yes, so I'll have membership content up there for you guys. Yeah, I might if I get enough, I may even do a stream where just my members can pop on and have a conversation and talk about the show. If
100%.
that's what you guys want to do, I could do that. Absolutely, 100%. So I appreciate that. The guys don't have to do that, and you do. So it's always great. I thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I never liked Julie, but always thought she was the key after they told the story of her birth and the bracelet. She could be. She could definitely be the key.
It's the bracelet, it's the birth, and it's also when she first got there. Don't you remember me, Julie? All those things remind me of, hey, she's important. She's something special. There's something about her that they need.
I agree, 100%. All right, he said, I paid to support. Thank you very much. You don't have to. Brother, I tell you this, you guys that sent super chats and did the membership, you don't have to do it. I appreciate that you did though, 100%. So now we get back into Fatima. She breaks the glass, and then she picks up the glass. Now, I actually thought he was gonna put it on his chest. You know what I mean? He put that on his head, bro. I'm like, yo, you wanted to kill yourself in that moment.
Is driving him nuts.
Yeah, yeah. I was just about to say. So that shows me that noise is probably so loud in his ears that it's at the point where he can't take it anymore. Because I remember when we were talking, when they surrounded him, it's like, man, we know the cicadas ain't real. Just run. But when you start to see this kind of stuff, you realize it's not just something you can just run away from and be like, okay, I'm going to run and get away. Like it's crippling, the sound, maybe the things that he's seeing. So I was feeling for Randall in this situation. What about you, Brian?
I understood it, but it didn't make sense. Like, what you gonna fry your brain? That's what's going on. He doesn't talk to anyone, and then he said, "I'm gonna fry my brain." Bro, come on. How about you communicate? Why everyone here have problems communicating? You know what happens when you communicate? We get answers.
Facts.
That's all that happens when you actually communicate. Instead of, just talking, not listening to someone else. When you actually communicate, share ideas, everyone gets answers and we get to a better place. But no, that's not what we're going to do. He's going to fry his brain. I still don't know how he knows how to use it. But whatever. It is what it is.
Facts. Julie?
Yeah, I felt bad for him. I actually, like, I don't even have a problem with him anymore as a character. I couldn't stand him in season 2, but I think he's gone through a lot of growth, and he just can't take it anymore. He talked about how maybe everyone here is so afraid of dying, but there are some things worse than death, and so he's suffering whatever this is. It's like, it seems like it's actually painful. It's not just an annoyance, a bunch of bugs he's swatting at. Like, he seems to be in pain. When he was triggered in the episode 9, he was stumbling around clutching his head like it really hurt.
Can you imagine hearing that noise all the time?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Absolutely. 100%. So now we get back to the big stuff. Boyd tells him. Now, before I go, are you guys surprised that Donna is actually agreeing with this stuff?
Very much so. And I think this is the only thing that saved her. I thought that Donna was a goner, but the fact that she was going along with Boyd, maybe not. And probably how we know that she was, because she did the same stuff. She, went through all the ups and downs. She lost people, and she thought that we had a replacement for her and everything. And I thought that she could have been gone. but maybe they didn't want it to happen. It made sense because Dale was already gone. She could have been gone, but it is what it is. I actually like Donna, so I'm okay with it.
Absolutely. If you see my video, she was my number one who I said was gonna die. So again, I was wrong. So when I do my video about what I think happened in the original, I don't want people coming here telling me, that sounds stupid or anything like that. I know because I've been wrong so many times already. You know what I mean? Team No Baby, Donna's gonna die. You know what I mean? So I've been completely wrong. I can admit it. It's all good.
But you know who's been right? I will say Julie, because she's coming with a lot of good ones.
I know.
I'm not gonna dispute that, but I'm not gonna be a know-it-all either.
Yeah,
I've gotten things wrong. I've gotten plenty of things wrong too.
Yeah, well, I'm batting 0 for 2 right now. You know what I mean? At least you got some stuff right. I'm like, God, can I get at least one W? Just give me one win where I was like, I was right.
Hey, look, it's okay to be wrong. That's what Dita says. It's okay to be wrong. My wife says that all the time.
I think I got something right though. I think there was something I got right. I called it. I was like, oh yeah, you see, I called that. Oh yeah, I called how Elgin was gonna get Fatima to the cabin. I didn't necessarily say he was gonna use the Ellis excuse, but I thought he was gonna be like, I have a safe place for you to go and stuff like that. So I knew it was gonna be Elgin that brought her
He
there.
basically said, hey, there's candy down there. Go check it. Oh, you can't see it? It's behind the cabinet. And she went, but I don't see nothing behind the cabinet. That's it. Fun.
So Boyd goes upstairs. Kenny, and you see, this is why I think Kenny and Acosta may get together, because Kenny was like, no, you don't do this. We should just talk to him again,
The fact that he called her Danny.
That too. They clapping cheeks, 100%. And we could see that Boyd didn't really want to go in there. Boyd does go up it. That's like, all right, it's on.
He was trying to scare him without having to do what he had to do.
Facts, 100%. 100%. So then he's picking up, and even with him doing this, he's still trying to scare him. You know what I mean? He's trying to hope I can scare him with this stuff before I have to do anything, and he'll tell me. But Elgin's stubborn.
This pissed me off right here. Why didn't he just use the hammer?
Messages.
And smash the camera.
Smash the camera.
Fact. Fact.
I got a question now.
Go ahead.
So if Boyd is not someone who's reincarnated, how the hell they know where his house is?
I don't know. I think we're gonna find out a little bit more about the entity, and I do, because I asked the question: is the man in yellow the big bad? I think he might be the big bad, but I think he's the big bad that's trying to summon something even greater and more powerful. You know what I mean? So it's kind of weird the way I have my theory, but you guys will see in the video. What do you think, Julie? What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, I like how. So, like, how did
How do they know where his house is at? They're taking a picture, send a picture of his house that he bought. How do they know about all this other stuff?
I think
if he's not one of those people that are reincarnated, or is he?
I think it could somehow read people's minds to the point where it could even pull an image out of their head. Like it read his mind. It like it knows everything about everyone. So I think it has like the big bad has like mind reading abilities, and Boyd would have that image of that house in his head. That was the house that they were on their way to when he got pulled into Fromville. So maybe it did some kind of Jedi mind trick kind of thing,
And you know why I will agree with you on that one? Because there's no boat. And I think when Boyd has that look on his face, it's like, yeah, this is my house, but there's no boat. So it's like it's manipulation, right? Because when he sees it, you see his face kind of screw up a bit. So I think that's what happened there. I do
Yeah,
agree. Yeah.
I thought it was
actually,
because that's from his wife's memory, but that's just me.
Yes. Go ahead.
yeah, actually, I was just gonna say maybe it pulled that memory out of Boyd's head, and he hadn't seen the boat yet, so
Yes.
so that's why the boat's not there. That makes perfect sense to me. He hadn't gotten it yet. They were still in the car. He hadn't seen the
Yes.
boat.
All he
Exactly.
had was the keys, right? So it can't put the boat there when it doesn't know what the boat looks like. Boyd doesn't even know what the boat. Well, I think he does know what it looked like because he was looking at a boat, and I think she bought him the boat that he was looking at. So he knows what it looks like, but he's never seen it like in his house. So yeah, it did take a picture of his house from his head, but no boat there because he's never actually seen the boat parked up outside of his house. So that makes a
Yep.
lot of sense. Now we get this little touching thing right here where Victor
Make
and
it pretty.
you see now, and that's the thing I like because when Boyd grabs his face and he says the only thing missing was the boat, that shows me that Boyd understands that this camera is manipulating him, right? Because it's not what it seems. Like, yeah, that's my house, but there should be a boat outside my house. So you're leaving out information. You know what I mean? So I think that's why Boyd kind of gave him that look and grabbed his face. What do you think, Julie?
Oh yeah, yeah. So yeah, clearly there's something wrong here, and he can sense that, and that otherwise the boat would have been there. So it's just it's a hint that there is deception going on, and I think Elgin is just so naive that he just automatically believes this haunted camera, and this thing is somehow going to send them all home. I really think he fully believes that. He genuinely does. And he's going to be pretty disillusioned now. I mean, I can't even imagine what he's going to do. Like how he's going to be going forward. Honestly, I wish they had just killed him off because I don't want to see him walking around without an eye. Like that's going to be.
No, he's gonna have an eye patch, just like
That's
they
going to be.
do one of the soldiers.
It's just awful. I don't like it. I'd rather just. I wish he had just died in this episode.
And I'm looking at this picture, like this guy's doing a good job because I see the fear in his face right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I'm
but
like, yeah,
look,
bro.
he wrapped him around 3 times with a little bitty rope. Just stand up.
I
Yeah,
know,
fact.
right? Let's look at that little thing. This guy, he's like the Hulk. He could have just busted through that. He's
Fact.
huge. That made no sense. But it's so funny now thinking back when I called into Tony Teflon's show earlier this season, and Nathan Simmons was on there, and I spoke to him, and this was just really far toward the beginning. It was right after the episode where he had his first vision of the kimono lady this season, the very first vision where we see her in the full kimono approaching him. He's sitting on the couch with Tilly, and he nodded off asleep, and then she comes, she puts her hands on his face, and he looks terrified, and that's it. So that was it. That was his first major scene of the whole season. And I called up and I talked to him on the phone with Tony, and I said, like, this is really fascinating. I said, like, how hard is it to play this character when you don't even know what you're supposed to be afraid of? And I said that I think that Elgin is going to remember the rest of his dream, that there had to be more to his dream he had on the bus to town, that he was too terrified for it to just be about the boy in white reading the cicada nursery rhyme. I said, I believe there's got to be more to it. And I said, I really hope that you get more interesting scenes this season. And he played it coy, of course. He had to. And he said, oh, yeah, I hope so, too. And I never would have expected that he'd have the arc he had this season, ever. I mean, I knew it was going to be obviously a major part of the show, this kimono lady thing. I could tell, but to this extent, wow. And he acted the hell out of these scenes in this episode. He really did a fantastic job. I wish I could talk to him again. Just say, like, wow, you really did. Yeah, it got interesting. All right. Your eye gouged out like like popped out like a grape right out of his eyeball, out of his eye socket. Like,
but you start coming. Once again, stand. It's not like it's just like Yarn is my only weakness. You found me out, Yarn. I can't get past it.
No, I get you.
What?
Yeah, he could have
What?
stand up. You know what I mean?
You know?
We
No,
seen
like
like those
break the chair. Figure out something.
facts,
It's a old wooden chair.
facts.
Like
Yeah,
it's not steel. I don't understand.
he could have stood up and rushed Boyd or something, you know.
I'm
And
not gonna let
so
Sarah with a screwdriver pop out my eyeball.
Right.
yeah, I agree. And he did it. And I kid you not, the way Julie was dancing up when she saw that she was right about the reincarnation, I was dancing. I was like, yeah, boy. That's what I'm talking about. But I ended up feeling sorry for Elgin. But at that moment, I was like, yes, do it. Brian, go ahead.
Man, there's no reason. Oh man, that's so hard to watch. Still, I would have loved. Honestly, I think that would have been even more worse if he would have took one of those nails
Hmm.
and
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 hammered it in.
hammered
Yeah.
it into his hand.
Yeah.
Oh.
That would be much worse.
I think I would have preferred that than a hammer because that hammer crushed bones in his hand. At least the nail is torture and hurts if you're hammering it in. But I mean, you can still use your hand. Elton's never going to be able to use that hand again, ever.
Hey, it'll heal.
Yeah. Okay.
It'll heal.
Julie, what do you think?
I couldn't believe he actually went through with it. You could tell that he was actually struggling with himself.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
could tell, like
Yeah.
he really was hoping that he wouldn't have to do it, that Elgin was going to crack. You could see that Harold is a fantastic actor. You could see that he didn't even have
Yep.
to say anything. You could tell by his facial expressions and his mannerisms, and even the noises that he makes. He could tell he was struggling, but he actually did it. I was disappointed. I was really disappointed that he sunk to that level.
Oh my God, Brian, were you
I agree.
you're disappointed too?
Yeah, I thought I was hoping that he wouldn't do it. And then we got the same thing with Sarah going and doing what she did. I think that would have been cool. I didn't want to see him because it's hard being the leader knowing you torture somebody. Once you did that, you can no longer be the leader. No one will ever see you that way. And now you let Acosta win.
That's right. They're never going to see him the same way again. Never. Like when everyone's going to find out about it, Acosta is not going to keep her mouth shut. She's a big mouth. We've seen that. She's not going to be sworn to secrecy or anything like that. They cleared the whole house. But she's going to tell everybody. So they're never going to see him exactly the same way again, ever.
So here's the thing, and I'm going to say this, right? Because I think this is what will, people will be scared of Boyd. And I think that's kind of what Father Kachi was trying to teach him in the first episode when it was like, oh, I don't want to put any in the box. Father Kachi was like, you got to put him in the box. If you don't put him in the box, no one is going to take you serious. So it's just the same thing in this situation.
The only way that people follow you is that they believe you're moral. That you'll do what you need to do to protect them, and you need to have more morality. And he lost his morality once he did that.
Nah, he was doing it to protect his family. It's all good, brother. Do your thing.
So his family will always follow him. The rest of them, like, we're just collateral damage if anything happens to his family.
Yeah, but most of them just follow him out of fear. I'm good with that. You don't fuck around, you get your ass beat. You know what I mean? I'm good with that, 100%. Now,
so you say you be the hero so long that you become the villain. That's what you're saying? You're saying the Batman line? Are you quoting Dark Knight? I knew it. Got him. He did it. You quoted Dark Knight. I got you. I'm telling everybody.
I would rather be feared than
telling everybody
because fear lasts longer.
He hates Dark Knight, guys, and he quoted
it. So we got Acosta. She hears the noise. She runs in the house, and this is where I think that things are gonna get really hectic after this point.
Points.
Yeah.
That's why they had to kill Jim. He's talking too rationally. He's making too much sense. Yeah, like we gotta get rid of this guy.
Yeah. But you see, the problem that I have with this one though is, and I know there's some Jim fans out there. Tabitha was just like smiling when Jade found out it was the music, and she could hear it. She had that little smile, and then she's saying, "Well, yeah, we need to do it, but let's go do it in the forest to make sure we're safe." Right? It seems like she now was brushing off Jim's concern.
She's
You know,
always brushed off Jim's concerns from the beginning. Anything that Jim said, he was complaining because everyone thought like he was mansplaining and he was complaining about what she was doing. The stuff that she was doing was stupid.
yeah,
So
no, I
like,
agree.
don't get me wrong, it was, but you have to support your wife. So that's on his fault. But she has never done the right thing. She's left her kids. Where are her kids right now?
Facts. Julie, what do you think?
Both of
They
them
both
suck.
suck. They both suck. Yeah, that was funny. They both suck. Yes, both of them. They're both terrible parents. They're they both leave their kids behind and do stupid things, and neither of them has any right preaching to either of them. But I honestly do think Jim was talking so much sense, and it's a sad day when Jim becomes the voice of reason and it's the smartest one in the room. Wow. I never would have saw that coming. Never would have seen it coming that he would actually be smarter than Jade in that moment. Jade is supposed to be the genius here, the smartest person in every room, and Jade was being really naive. How could a song hurt us? Do you know where you are? Look around where you are right now. Like,
Facts.
really? Come on, Jade. You're better than
Facts.
this.
I agree with you 100%. Now we have Fatima, and this is why I say I think that the big.
Push back, at least try.
So that's why I say that it might have been vulnerable at that moment, because if there was no danger to it, like you can't kill it, then come on, the lady wouldn't have cared. Yeah, stab yourself. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I think that could be a vulnerable moment, and that's why she popped up to stop her from doing it. What do you guys think? Go ahead, Brad.
I also wonder, like, I don't know, have you been around a woman who's been pregnant or is going through labor? They are the strongest people on the face of this earth, like
Yeah.
unbelievably strong. Like, they can do whatever, they can do all things. So the fact that she didn't just try, you tell her to stop, like she's going through pregnancy, well, she will stab you. My wife almost stabbed me. Like, all I told her was, "I love you." She's like, "How dare you?" Like, I mean, like literally, what are you doing? Stab her. What are you scared of? You're pregnant. You got all the power of everything. I don't understand the no fight in her. I just don't understand it because she had fight before. So why do you have nothing now?
I think that all comes down to when that stuff happened and she got broken. Maybe it broke her fight there, I'm guessing, and that's why she was an easy target for the baby. But I don't know. That's just a theory. Julie, what do you think?
Yeah, it made absolutely zero sense that it didn't even look like she was trying at all to struggle against her at all. It's not like she was even putting up a fight and somehow the kimono lady has super strength, this emaciated husk of a thing. She wasn't even trying to fight. Her hand went completely limp. She just let the kimono lady take her wrist in her hand and pick it up and point it toward her neck. Like, you couldn't even see her, like, her hand tensing up or her arm tensing up to struggle against her. I don't understand that at all. It just didn't make any sense. So I don't know what is up with that. I don't know if, like, somehow she's, like, rendered powerless by this thing when she's present. Like, she physically can't even do anything at all. I don't understand it. Yeah, that was crazy.
Same here. Now we have this diner scene, and I think a lot of it was a rehash. You know what I mean? Because she told the story already. We seen what happened, and I'm like, okay, she's telling the story again. But I think at least it gave us a little bit more information. And I think the most important part of this conversation was this part.
What?
So that's the thing that I think was most important about that. Now, Ethan could be wrong, though. Do you guys think he's wrong? Go ahead.
I kind of worry that he is becoming some type of entity. The town is speaking through him to say you can't do these things. Because why not try? How do you know? He's always the guy who's like always saying, "Hey, try this. Let's go do this. Let's try this." But instead, now he's saying, "No, can't change anything. Let's not try. Let's not do these things." So I mean, it just seemed weird to come out of his mind, his mouth. Like he's really broken.
Probably. Julie?
I mean, I feel like it makes the most sense that they can't go back in time and change like people's deaths. That's like you can in some models of time travel. There's a paradox where you can. There's a grandfather paradox. You can sometimes change certain things like that, prevent someone from dying, um but in other types of time travel, it's you can't. It depends on what they're doing with this show. You know, you can with a like a bootstrap paradox at a closed loop, you can't change things like that. Like you can't go back and do something that could wipe some current person out of existence. For example, you can't do that. You go back in time and change the death of someone, it could have a ripple effect that could become a problem. It could create a bunch of other paradoxes. So I think Ethan may be right on this, and I just look to Ethan as a reliable source of knowledge on how this story works from the beginning. I always, when I take notes from the beginning of the series, I write down all of his dialogue when it comes to stories, quests, chromonacle, all of it. I think he knows what he's talking about. Yeah, maybe he's a little more negative this season. He's not as excited about the quest. He doesn't believe in it as much. He's more jaded. He's seen a lot of horrific things, but I still trust what he says. I think he's probably right. That you know, once the story's been told, you can't change it. Like I don't think they can go back and save the kids that got sacrificed, for example.
But you don't know if you changed it the first time, because as we talked about the rope, she was always part of that story. You don't know if you're always part of that story, so why wouldn't you just try to change it anyway?
No, I feel you, 100%.
What's possible?
And the fact that she got there right before her father died, if he would have just listened, she could have probably saved him. Maybe not, right?
Maybe
The
she
thing would have
can't do
chased
anything
him,
different. Yeah, maybe
but
she
she
can't do
can
anything different, but you could get them to do something different.
possibly. So we have
I would have screamed, "Ah, she's in the thing. I'll take you right to her. What's wrong with you?
Fact.
Don't worry about it."
Fact. But you see, and this is why I kind of like, you know, I got some love for Sarah right now, because she did it because she knew Boyd was a good man, and she didn't want the town to take Boyd's soul, and she knew Boyd didn't have it in him to do what needed to be done, and she did. That was gangster.
But that's
Julie, go ahead.
Elgin should have
Oh,
known how
sorry, Nick.
gangster she is, man. He should see
Yeah.
her in her look. Look, if I'm
Fact.
tied up and I see someone walking in like this, like Sarah with a screwdriver, I'm telling her
Fact.
whatever she wants to know.
Fact.
Anything.
Julie?
Play when I go and tell everyone what you're
doing. Yeah, I think that it was. I mean, it was a nice intention that she wanted to prevent Boyd from giving up his soul. You know, this would have completely broken him if he had actually continued going through with what he was doing. But I still don't think it was the right move. I still don't think she should have gone to that extreme. I just don't. I'm not Team Sarah here. I'm just not. I've never been Team Sarah, to be honest, on anything, and it was a shame because I did like the direction her character was going in this season. I liked how she was supporting Victor. She seemed like she had really changed, but she really still gave up her soul, just like she said. You can't redeem yourself for taking a life, ever. You can never. People who think she could have a redemption arc, you can't ever. I don't care what reason you had for taking the life. I don't care if you were manipulated. You can't bring the person back to life that you murdered. So she's already given up her soul. At least she knows it.
Yep. She definitely knows that. She ain't trying to redeem. She's like, I'm now an instrument. I'm an instrument for evil and for manipulate. I'm going to kill everything. And they told, as I told you, I'm the scariest thing here. She told us.
And And you know what it is, right? Because remember, Acosta was like, "Oh, she killed somebody. I can't believe you guys are letting her walk around." And now Acosta's gonna see her doing this, and Boyd's already protecting Sarah. He's probably gonna want to protect her anymore. It's gonna
Oh,
cause a divide,
no,
100%.
Costa, the boy's gonna say, "Hey, go get her. You
Yeah,
go get her. Then. Go ahead.
for real,
I dare you. I double
for
dare
real.
you."
So we had look at Sarah's face. Now, do you guys think she was possessed at this moment, or this was actually her? Did the voices tell her to do this, or was this actually her? Julie.
I don't think that she was possessed. I think that she's just full sociopath at this point. Like she's capable of doing these things without any emotion on her face at all. Like I just think that's that's the effect this place has had on her. It's broken her. She's a broken person. She's like that ornament that she glued back together, but it's still got a piece missing. The heart is missing. She's just walking around broken. So yeah, that's what I think.
Brian?
That's the most gangster thing I've ever seen anyone else ever do. She is not. Here's the thing: it's no longer the voices talking to her. It's just Sarah talking to herself. And if that's what she does when she's talking to herself, that's scary as hell.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm. If it's between the monsters and being next to Sarah, and she got any type of weapon, I'm probably taking the monsters.
Facts.
I might be able to run away from you. I ain't gonna get away from Sarah. She a problem, man. She a problem.
I'm right there with you. I am right there with you. I think Dieter asked a question here. Cool name, Julie, the storyteller, auto book. Said sorry, off topic. No worries. I was sitting there. You guys see me. I was like, oh yeah, Julie's gangster. I'm like, that's what I'm talking about. You see, sometimes
did you see him like
yeah,
and like so his eye just man.
listen,
It showed all of that.
listen. Sometimes you need that enforcer, right? Being Canadian, watching hockey growing up, they always had that goon, right? That goon was the dude that would just skate around the ice looking for a fight. You know what I
That
mean?
dude's usually 6'5", 285
Yes.
with a blade in his hand.
Yes.
Not
Yes.
a little girl like this. She is just a monster. Wow. That's crazy.
You need that gangster there. Trust me.
Sarah. She's in the root cellar.
Now, not to mention the fact that she actually got the information. You know what I mean? Boyd banged his hand. He was like, no, I'm not telling. She dug that in his eye, and he told real quick.
She
and
pop it out.
Now, I'm going to think that maybe the voices in the head told her to take out his eye, right? Because you see what Boyd did. That torture didn't work. Like, was it her own intuition that said, you know what, I'm just going to go and juke him in the eye?
Yeah, I
Or
think
did
so.
voices in her head be like, da 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 da?
She
Now,
just
of
screams
course,
with the voices in her head or is telling her to do something. She's screaming and it hurts so much. That's just real Sarah. That's probably what she did to the boyfriend that tried to beat her up.
Facts.
She's done this before. This is not the first time.
So let me go back to you guys because I know you guys keep saying that, and I got to rewatch it. Was there something in there or hints that she did something to her boyfriend in the real world?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I think so.
go ahead.
There was a hint. I mean, we don't know. Like we can only really guess, but there was a hint that he was abusive, so she may have done something to him because she said it's better that he's not here, and that's all that she would say about him. And she said her brother Nathan saved her and was driving her away from where she was living in Pennsylvania, I guess, with her boyfriend, and he was taking her to live with him, and then they wound up in this place. It would make sense to me if she killed her abusive ex and then this place selected her. I mean, look at the timing of it. Like, she was just leaving him, going for a new life. And if she had just done that, then she would be a really choice pick. Someone who's already capable of murder, someone who's traumatized, easily manipulated. The timing of it just makes sense for her to have killed her ex, and she acts like somebody who's killed before. She stabbed Toby in the neck like somebody who's killed before. I mean, That was no rookie kill.
Which would make sense why she was vulnerable and the creatures were able to manipulate her into doing that, right? Maybe that's why they're there, because they were on the run for what she did. Interesting.
Trying to get out the way. Her brother's come to save the day, trying to save her. He's a fixer or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that is a gangster girl. Yeah. I wouldn't feel comfortable in that town with her next door to me. But who's going to be the first one to go get her? Ain't going to be me.
So we get Fatima. I was a little worried for Boyd at this spot. I was like, oh no, you don't go down alone. We know this already. Are they going to dust Boyd? Like, are we going to see
Boyd
Boyd
almost
die
got
at the
kicked
end?
out. He almost got kicked out of the barbecue right then. The
Facts.
cookout was almost gone for Boyd. I was like, but he didn't say nothing. He stayed back. He stayed in shadows. I was like, all right, you come in, but you got to sit in the back.
Julie, did you think there was a chance that Boyd was going to die in this scene?
No way. He could literally just take a midnight stroll every night in the dark and just go out and chill with the monsters, and nothing would ever happen to him. He's safe.
I was so worried. I was like, in my mind, I'm like you. I'm like, no, I don't think he's gonna die. But like, that would be the shocker, and we still hadn't had the beloved death yet. So I was like, ugh, this is getting like, I don't know about this. But Jade's playing the music.
What?
And then boom.
Where?
Kimono didn't tell her. There's no way. Why would Kimono lady tell her all that? Why would she like I don't know. I wonder how she learned all this.
I just figured the baby, who was just a grown ass man, shared those memories because they were one. And as he's been growing, saw her his all his thoughts and stuff. Yeah.
Like a kind of a psychic thing that she saw it in her head because of that entity, like the monster entity that she was carrying.
Right. And I think I know that's where I was right 100%. I called the kids sacrifice. Now it was obvious, obviously, but I said the kids were sacrificed, right? We didn't know why the kids were sacrificed. The kids were sacrificed for immortality, but I also think it's a little bit more than that, which I'm going to put in my video. So I'm not going to say anything yet, but I do think it's a little bit more than just immortality. I think the immortality was a trick to get them to kill their kids, right? So,
to create this world, but I think the immortality, he didn't lie.
No, he did not.
That thing that they created, that is so cool looking. The special effects on that, they did an amazing job. And the guy, and Jamie McGuire described to us on Sunday in the interview about what this felt like, the all that goo all over him, how cold and nasty it was. And like, it was not very comfortable either. He said he had to get into a 3/4 squat near the ground and stay that way for a while. And like, it was freezing, and like they slathered all this stuff all over him, and he said he wasn't actually naked as though he appeared. He had something on, but yeah, it had to be really uncomfortable filming it, but he was just thrilled to be back on the show, just like we were so happy to have him back.
And he also said that there was the baby one, a teen one, and him the adult one, right? So that's why they have it like that. You see it as a baby. Yeah, that was cool.
And I found that very strange because when you're seeing this, you don't actually see any of that. I don't see him morphing from, like, you would think you would see, like, it would have actually been kind of cool if they showed a baby Smiley, that like using CGI effects to morph it into a teen-sized one, and then the adult one. So like, I don't know, where the hell are they? Did they cut that out? I don't know what that's about, but it's really cool how they did this. And look at what he looks like right now. Look at what he looks like in that still. That, I am convinced of this. And my co-host said this, and I noticed FROMILY Theory also said it. It's one of the From channels. They both said it, and I completely agree that thing is supposed to be the red squid monster. That shape is what we were looking at on the cave drawing. It's not gonna be Cthulhu showing up on the show. We're never getting a red squid monster. I know some people might like that, but if you actually try to picture that on the show, it's not very realistic. It just doesn't. I know this is a crazy show, but it just would feel completely out of place. This to me makes perfect sense. I was always that would be something else. It's not going to be literal.
It's the rebirth of the creatures, right? So turns around.
There's no way he survives that.
Facts. I agree with you 100%. Go ahead, Julie.
That was just absolutely genius. What a way to bring the voice on the radio full circle. That was just phenomenal. That was the voice on the radio was just the most amazing cliffhanger, and then to bring that back for this payoff, it was all leading up to that payoff. It was absolutely genius. I was hoping that voice was going to be referenced to this season. I mean, I was thinking it would say something on the phone, like just to mess with him when Tabitha was gone, so telling him something about his wife. But this was better. This was a lot better than that. It sucks what happened to Jim, and it's not fair. But I can't say I hate it because it was brilliantly done. It was absolutely diabolical, really. And it was unfair in every way to Jim. He didn't do anything to deserve that. No matter how much I didn't like the character and the issues I had with him, he definitely didn't deserve that.
Facts. 100%. I agree with you. Brian, what are your thoughts?
It's so funny. I saw someone put in there, Jim did die doing what he loved, ignoring his children.
Oh, that's great.
Wow.
So funny.
That's
my God. Infinite Umber, that is so good. That is so hilarious. That's exactly what it is.
It's perfect. Oh my God. It's so
I would love to still see Jim, like the man in yellow, still come in and say, "You want me to save him? I can make him immortal. He can live forever." And he becomes one of those monsters and tortures him. I think that will be an amazing beginning of the season for season 4.
Facts. It would be very interesting to see, and it would mess up a lot of things in the town, Ethan and all of them. So that would definitely be interesting. We'll get to some of these comments here before we close it up, though. Guys in the chat, I hope you guys enjoyed this episode of From and this episode of The Breakdown. Justin said, where did he get the idea to do that from? Shaking my head, not exactly sure what we're talking about because we're kind of behind. But Randall didn't really want to die because he would have took that on the bus and stay in the ambulance. At this point, I'm tired. He put it to his head because it's all about the mind. I think that would have killed him. You know what I mean?
He would have died.
Yeah, he would have died. His chest, damn. Hope he didn't have nipple piercings. That's a little bit too much info. So yeah, I'm right there with you. Did Randall want to make himself deaf? No, I think Randall was ready to end it. You know what I mean?
Even if he was deaf, he probably still would have hurt him.
Facts, 100%. I agree. Dale is what happens when people communicate. Good point, Perp. Good point. I think, you have a council. You have Donna, you have Boyd, maybe Kenny, right? And those are the 3 people that you tell complete things, and then everybody else gets little sprinkles and stuff like that. I definitely think so. Def, no, I think he still would hear it in his head.
100%.
I mean, Randall put it to his head because it's all in his head and he knows it. Interesting. Concrete proof, Dale. Yes, that is correct. Sarah should have talked to everyone about the voices in her head, the whole town, so Elgin would know. Yeah, but I think at that point, or Elgin was just on his own thing. You know what I mean? So cicadas are extremely loud. Even one is loud. You can hear it like a mile away. Yeah, I know. Trust me. Summertime, those things start to buzz over here.
It's so loud. It's crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. Man's about to give himself electric shock therapy. Facts. 100%. I love cicadas. Really?
What?
You're trolling, right?
You're on your own with that one.
Fact.
She loves
Da-
bugs in general. I don't know why.
Donna has such a minor role in the finale. Yeah, she did. She did.
She
I'm
lived
glad
though.
she didn't die. Yeah,
Yeah, she did.
exactly. She
She,
lived.
she did have a more minor role in this season in general. I mean, she got
Yeah,
emotional and kept breaking down all the time. That was basically her only job, just have emotional breakdowns.
yeah, I agree. I definitely thought Donna was gone this season, but I'm glad she's not. I'm right there with you. Saw my video. I did the breakdown. I was completely wrong because I had Jim at number 8, and Jim should have been way up at at least in the top 5. So
At
yeah,
least,
that
yeah.
was,
He's a top
you know what I
4
mean?
guy.
Yeah, so that was where I was definitely wrong. Um, it's okay to be wrong. My wife says it to me all the time. Oh yeah, 100%. I'm always wrong. Shoot, I thought the painting of the man in yellow was Boyd. Jeez, that was way off. Well, see, it seems like Julie's the only one that's been getting stuff right now. Well, I mean, and some of the other guys that have the same type of theories, but I mean,
Yeah.
my theories, mm-mm. Don't listen to my theories, guys. I'm wrong. I'm always wrong. I'm gonna get one right though. Don't worry. I'm gonna get one right. The upstairs now downstairs now upstairs was a bit of dark comedy sitcom ish.
They're going up this is, yeah.
My heart wanted Smiley back, so wishing for me is better than theories. I got you 100%. Carrie, they don't bite or anything. You're talking about the cicadas?
Cicadas is loud and big as
And
hell.
nasty looking
Yeah.
bugs. The boat was not in the spoiler because they hadn't picked it up yet. Um, I don't know if they picked it up yet, but you're correct. Boyd hasn't seen the boat. So if Julie's right, where it's taking pictures of like their minds and stuff like that, then that's the reason why the boat wouldn't have been in the picture. Um, they just bought the boat and were heading to his retirement home. Exactly. Yep, I can see that being possible because Boyd never saw the boat. They have access to all sorts of things they shouldn't know. The kimono lady was trying to trick him into thinking Elgin was right. Exactly. Boyd is in the movie, The Endless, not someone on the outside, the sus priest, someone in the real world. Boyd never saw the boat. It was a surprise. Absolutely. The boat wouldn't be picked up yet. It would be in the marina. I love the Jedi mind trick reference, Jules. Star Wars, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Yes, Julie, they hadn't picked up the boat yet. Saddest moment of the series so far. We're talking about Jade and his father. Yeah. I think both times were
Victor
sad.
and Henry.
Yeah, Victor and Henry, I'm sorry. Yeah, I think both times were sad when they first met for the first time and then this one as well. So yeah, I think they do a really good job at that. So
Together,
that's
yeah.
definitely good. Damn, that's good. He didn't see the boat yet. Absolutely. Peter, when you buy a boat, you usually pick it up at the nearest marina to license it. Uh,
That's probably right.
could
Yeah.
be, but Abby could have done that.
That's what I think. It could be
Yeah,
Abby's memories too. That's what it could be. The fact that she's part of Fromville now, they could pull any of her memories too.
I agree. I agree. I agree. Um, I thought I heard a putty tat.
No, my cat. My
Yeah,
cat.
I know. I know. I know. They technically hadn't seen the boat either. Yeah, we got through that already. Um, Nakisha said maybe we will find out that Eloise's middle name is Danielle.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Hmm. So
That's a
are
good
we
point,
still
Keisha.
so are we still thinking that Daniel could be Eloise?
If she's
Julie, your thoughts on that?
Yeah.
reincarnated, she could be. Yeah. Well, I
Would
don't.
the
Huh?
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead. I was just gonna ask, would the ages match up?
The ages would not match up, but they don't necessarily have to. You don't necessarily need to be reborn immediately.
Hmm.
But the only thing is, though, I'm now after the finale, I'm now questioning whether other people are reincarnated other than just Jade and Tabitha. Maybe, but I'm not sure why that would be. The reason I used to think other people might be is because I thought maybe everyone who participated in the sacrifice it was cursed to be reincarnated. But now we know it was the monsters who did the sacrifice. They were cursed with being monsters. And Jade and Tabitha were the two that didn't participate, and now they were reincarnated. So now I'm not so sure anymore. I don't think, I don't know. I'm leaning towards other people not being reincarnated. So I don't know about Acosta. I just don't know. That Danny thing, it's weird. It's weird. It might have some significance, but I don't know about Eloise.
I got you. Brian, what are your thoughts?
I agree. I mean, and I think some of them are, because then why do all these other new people keep on coming back? What about Abby? She had a dream. So I think that there are people that are connected to Fromville in some way, shape, or form. But I just don't think it's all of them. I think that it's only a few key 4 or 5 people.
I got you. I can definitely see that. Why do I keep getting ads? It's just me. You guys are getting a lot of ads. I'm trying to fix that. All right. So hopefully you don't get any. Papa Sock said, "Hey, panelists, Victor begged the boy in white to help him. He then ends up in the shed in the dark next to the kidnapped Fatima. He is standing there, Blair Witch style. I think Eloise is hiding because of Victor." Ooh. So wait, you think Eloise blames Victor for what happened? And that's maybe why she
Or
doesn't come around?
is he saying because Victor's the big bad, he just doesn't remember?
Huh. So you think Victor's the big bad?
He doesn't remember what's going on. He's the one that set it all up. All those years being alone.
That would be interesting.
He's not that good at hide and seek. Not that good.
Julie, what do you think?
It's possible. That would be an interesting reveal. I've heard a lot of theories before that Victor is somehow the big bad. He just doesn't remember. One thing I'm convinced of is that if he were responsible for anything, he genuinely doesn't remember. He's not putting on an act. That's an emotional performance that's real. I don't think he's the big bad, or I don't think he caused anything personally. I don't think they're going that way, but who knows?
To tell us where Eloise is will reveal what is possessing Victor or Victor's superpower. If Victor can't remember half the stuff, maybe Eloise don't either. Maybe she's in town chilling. Eloise was younger than Victor?
She was.
Okay, she was younger. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, she might not remember anything too. But I think maybe she does, and that's why she's hiding. I don't know. I couldn't. That 73-minute length was a troll. No, it wasn't a troll. It's just they added the rest of it to be a different show, right? So that's why it looked like, oh, it's supposed to be 73 minutes, but no, it was 73 minutes, but it was another show that they were trying to get people to watch. A preview from Abid Earth or something like that. Is that what it was called? Interesting.
I think it's a Bite of Earth, yeah. I think it was.
I got you. I didn't watch it either. Did anyone else have a day later showing of From? I couldn't watch until Sunday night. Now, Papa Socks, we were here midnight while doing the watch party. You should have popped in. You know what I mean? We were definitely here watching it. And it was definitely good to be watching it on stream with these guys. It was a great panel. Shoes. You talking about shoes? Okay, that's a conversation you guys are having over there. The entity can read Boyd's mind, but Boyd never saw the boat. He was on his way to see it, as Tabitha said in another scene. This is where you made your mistake. I agree. Elgin is the new Nick Fury of From. Oh my God, you guys are killing me. You guys are killing me. My cat had me. He's so cool. He was a monster hand. He has a monster hand on him and runs his full body in white to black. I got you.
That's cool.
Carrie, I think the knowledge was that the kimono lady was playing him. You mean from the picture? Yeah. Yeah, 100%. I think that's why Boyd really took, like, he got really mad at that point because he's like, listen, this thing is messing with you. And Elgin was too young or too stupid to do it. I do feel sorry for Elgin, though. I can't lie. Oh, scratch that last message. I got you. Eldon reminds me of the Bible thumper who thinks they can rationalize any situation to you may convince you they right. He messed up thinking Boyd could be reasoned with. 100%.
Do
That's
it.
right, Perp. I did it in my
Do it.
Palpatine voice. Yes. Absolute. Doesn't he remind you of Father Katri? Believe in him. Boyd and Sarah were going to do divine work, and they
Yeah.
did. They They're going to blame Tilly's death on him so they can cover up why they did it to why they did it to him. Ooh, huh. And that would put Fatima off the hook for killing Tilly. I don't know if they'll do that, but that's definitely something they could do because Elgin's still alive, right? So now you're putting a death on him that's not him. Yeah, I
But
don't
you can
see
put
that.
it on the man in yellow. You
You
can
could
put
put it
Tilly's
on the man.
death on the man in yellow. The only person that
Well,
knows is Donna, and then she tells Costa. Everyone knows.
Well, no one knows about the Man in Yellow yet, so we have to wait till season 4 to see if it's going to be one of those ones where like he disappears for a while and everything is fine, or if it's just going to go straight into the Man in Yellow harassing them and everything, right? Then you could say, yeah, it was him.
Well, you know
But
it won't be Tabitha, and she'll get off the hook because you know they're gonna find Jim's dead body, and you know not Tabitha, but not Fatima, not Fatima. So you don't have to worry about her. You know,
facts, facts. So my question is, how the hell does Ethan know all of this?
from
That's a
his
good
books,
question.
it's Chronicle books.
Yeah.
Is Kronenockel a real thing? Like, is it a real
No,
book or something, or is
I looked.
everything he said made up?
I looked it up. They just made it up for the show. The Flight of the Chromonocle is not a real book. No.
Oh, okay. Okay, I got you. So they made that up. They made up the Ankui word. And we went in here and we like Brian did it. He's like, "Oh, what was it? It was a Greek word or what was it, Brian, that
I
we
went to it was an ancient Greek Latin word,
Yeah.
and yeah, we looked up all these definitions and figured all this stuff, and it just remember. F you guys.
Right.
Facts. Facts. Can't give you an excuse because one of my theories is that either Eloise or Victor is the true bad seed, and Victor was standing in the dark of the shed up against the wall near Fatima. Well, Brian's been saying that. Brian thinks that, I think Nerdman said that too. I think Nerdman said that Victor was the bad guy. So there's a
Crazy.
few
Could
people.
be.
Yeah,
Could
there's
be.
a few people that have that theory. Herb said, when you get to the Jade playing the violin, if you turn the caption on, it says he's playing 7 notes at the 4 730 mark. Just thought that was interesting. He's playing 7 notes. That's interesting. I'll check that out. Ethan knowing any of this must mean it's a story he wrote. It's the only thing that makes sense. Yeah, but Ethan was supposed to be like 7. He ain't writing no stories though. I think it's just stories that he read and he's putting these things together, right? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe there's more to it. What do you think, Julie? You think there's more to the stories?
No, I think that it's just stories he read, and that the show is using that as a device to give us insight into the way that this show works. It's giving us clues through his stories.
I got you. Brian?
Unless he created the story, and now he's following his own story to create this place. Because we
Mm,
said time does not go linear. It could be something that from his stories he created a place, and now all this stuff is happening because of the stories.
interesting. Julie can save Boyd's life in the well, but not Jim. Well, I think the reason why that is because she didn't really like it doesn't change anything, right? That rope came down regardless. So when she went back, she just had to make sure that she did it, right? And Martin at least had to make sure that she did. So it doesn't really change anything. Going back now and saving Jim changes everything that's supposed to happen forward, right? So if she because obviously that future Julie has no father, right? Her father died. So now she comes back and saves Jim. It changes everything, which means she doesn't need to go into the future, which means she doesn't need to come back. So yeah, I'm beginning to think that maybe you're right. Maybe it can't be changed, and they're gonna have to figure it. Like if Jim is dead, Jim is dead. So I knew Sarah was about to stand on business. She saw he had she she saw he hand and was very disgusted. She saw his hand and was very disgusted.
Oh, and now I think now we know why Elgin has a problem with blood. I think I think that was probably part of his premonition dream. In season 2, he said that
Mm,
he's not good
You
with
didn't
the
know
sight of
that.
blood. And it wasn't to do with the fact that he was going to later give Fatima his blood. I think it's because like somehow he said like he saw what would happen to himself.
hmm
Like, yeah.
Makes sense. She saw him in the church and get heartbroken for him because she knew exactly what she was going to do then.
So,
Probably.
oh, they gotta kill you now. So sad.
That's Saheed from Lost in a Dress, aka Sarah. Yeah, yeah, you're damn right. You're damn right. Saheed did that shit. You know what I mean? He did that. I mean, Sarah's voice she heard was the man in yellow. Then it changed to a woman's voice. Did it?
Could be Abby though, because once if you die there, maybe your soul is trapped there, and they can use that voice.
Probably. If I'm in a room alone with Sarah, I'm snitching immediately. Facts.
100%.
Facts. 100%. You know what I mean? Now pay attention to this. Elgin never answered Sarah. He never had time. He was screaming. Sarah knew where Fatima was already. She just needed Sarah's eye to fulfill the prophecy. Huh.
Just need Elgin's eye to fulfill the prophecy.
Yeah, it means Elgin's eye, I'm guessing. Yeah. Uh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think Sarah. Because listen, and the reason why I think this is because Boyd has been the only one that has actually understood what she was going through. Right? He was protecting her, and I think this was her way of trying to protect Boyd because she knows what would happen if Boyd continued down the path that he did. So I kind of have no issues with that. 100%. Sarah did what needed to be done, and everyone aside from Julie, uh, I've heard, I've heard speak, I've heard her speak, doing this praise for her for a while. Poo poo and Boyd, I got you. This would have broken Boyd. He didn't have a choice. I am now Team Sarah because this is what she was supposed to do. I'm definitely Team Sarah.
Mm.
What about effing you murder Hitler? English nerd man, speak English. Bro was twitching. Facts. She did that. Fire. Absolutely. She a double-edged sword. You see, this is what I'm talking about. We got a lot of Sarah love in the chat today, guys. Put some ones in the chat if you think Sarah did the right thing. Please. Twos if she didn't. But
No, just say
one's
Sarah is a gangster.
gangster. Fact. What did they actually accomplish by torturing Elgin? Nothing.
I don't know.
Nothing.
So what if she couldn't move the wall, and if Elgin didn't get back there, she would still been in there trapped.
Yeah. Right, right. Even
She
though they
still
had
would.
the baby, she still would have been locked in that room. You know what I mean? I
If
guess
Elgin didn't come
Elgin.
back to go get her,
Right,
then they'll be trapped.
right. Now I think that's where Elgin was going. Obviously, with the clothes and stuff, he was going to make sure she had the baby, and then he was probably going to let her go and see, I told you, and stuff like that. Um, I don't know. It really didn't accomplish much, but I think with the ghosts and everything trying to, stall for time and then Acosta coming in at that point, I think if they would have had like maybe 5 or 10 minutes earlier, they would have probably did something. Sarah's Boyd's family. Boyd has been there for her when the entire town wanted to burn her as a witch. Sarah would go out swinging for her pseudo stepfather. Boyd is her family now.
No, no, no,
100%.
no, 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 no.
No.
We're not going to compare this to a witch hunt. If they were going to do something to her, a witch hunt means the person is innocent. Sarah is not innocent. I will die on that hill. I am sorry. No, it
Sarah
would not be a
is
witch
too
hunt.
gangster. Who's gonna do it?
But here's the thing, though.
The
If
most
we're
gangster
gonna
throw the first blow.
if we're gonna say Sarah's not innocent, right, and not give her a pass, then we can't give Boyd a pass. Then we can't give Elgin a pass. We can't give all these people a pass who have done things that were corrupted by the creatures, right?
I don't
But
know.
I
out of
wouldn't give
every
any of them a pass.
You don't
No.
give any. Okay, so you don't give Boyd a pass for killing Abby?
No, that's different. Abby was in the act of she was killing people. He had to
Mhm.
stop her. He didn't have any other choice. It's completely different.
He coulda
Sarah
shot her in the
killed an
leg.
innocent guy laying in a bed, injured. You can't
Boyd
compare the two.
Boyd coulda shot her in the leg.
He had to act fast. She was literally about to shoot her
Shoot.
son. I
Mhm.
I mean, I don't think he deliberately shot to kill, but he had to move fast.
So he had to stop her from shooting Ellis. That's it.
Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, shoot her in the leg. But here's
No,
another
no,
thing
she
too.
still shoots him. She's a marine. Like she still shoots him. You shoot him in the leg. She's just going to stand on the other leg and shoot him.
So here's another thing. Out of all of those ones, right? Well, Boyd exception, but Sarah saved. You understand? Sarah saved people. She saved Tabitha. She's done some things to help save people. So yes, I get it. You can't really say she killed people, but
But
she
it's not
killed them.
yeah,
Yeah.
and it's not a witch hunt. I'm just saying, like, it's not you can I was just saying that you can't call it a witch hunt because she actually did something. Witch hunts mean someone's innocent and didn't do anything. But, Sarah, yeah, she did save people. Elgin might too. So, everybody that's saying that Elgin needs to be bagged up and Elgin needs to go in the box, sorry, no. Sarah got a pass. Maybe Elgin will go on and save everyone. Elgin gets a pass too. It's fair is fair.
Yeah, but because of Elgin, Smiley is back. You know what I mean? Like that's serious, right? Because these
So
creatures are
every
pretty
person that
much
kills is Elgin's fault.
That
yes.
was going to be inevitable anyway. Smiley's immortal. It was going to happen no matter what. I don't think there's anything anybody could have done to prevent that. Those monsters are immortal.
It's possible, but maybe you could have at least prevented it for a while. You know what I mean? Again, I just think that you know if Elgin saves somebody, if Elgin does something, I'd be like, okay, give him a pass. Even when I said like if this really does work out in Elgin's faith, I didn't like the way you did it, but I'll give you a pass. But right now he can't get a pass. Like he
Uh,
manhandled that girl, he pulled her up, grabbed her by the leg. You know that obviously he didn't like beat her up or do anything like that, but just the aggressiveness that he did, I don't care if you think you're doing right. It just doesn't fly with me, Brian.
Well, give him another season. Maybe by the end of the season, he'll do something that'll save everybody. It took Sarah a whole season to
Yeah.
get to that point. It took her till the end of. Actually, it took her longer than that. After the
Hmm.
act of murders, after the two murder, the murder, and then the opening the door and letting everyone else get killed. It took her 2 whole seasons before she actually did anything that saved anybody. So,
Hmm.
you know,
Costa killed
give
somebody and hasn't did nothing. Hadn't do
Facts.
nothing to give it. She killed somebody.
Facts. Acosta
yeah.
was the other name too. Yeah, yeah. So Costa don't get a pass. You know what I mean? Acosta don't get a pass either. I'm just saying. At the end of the day, if Elgin does something where I'm like, okay, Elgin is making up for what he did, fine, 100%. You know what I mean? Does it take away what they did? Does it take away what Sarah did? No. But I can have a little bit of sympathy for them because they were being corrupted by creatures, right? So at the end of the day, it's not like they were doing it out of their free will. They were doing it because they thought they were doing the right thing. You can make up for that in my eyes. I think you can make up for that. Now, if it was just like running around killing people, so I was like, I'm just gonna kill you because I want to kill you, then no, you can't. But we don't know what it's like to be possessed. You know what I mean? And I think it wasn't just the voices. I think they were actually possessed and were tricked into doing things that they weren't supposed to do. And I think Sarah is actually trying to make amends for the stuff that she did. So if Elgin does that, I'll revisit it. I'll revisit it. I'll give him his pass. I love it when these shows characters are practical effects, well, as opposed to cheesy
Cheesy.
CGI. There we
Yeah,
go.
I feel you.
It's that cave painting. You know what? When I seen it again, it looks like the cave painting. I'm pretty
It
sure
does.
on Julie.
You mute it? Nope. I could click on some of the comments, I will go through it right now. But unfortunately, I can't.
Just gotta love StreamYard issues.
Yeah, no, it definitely does it. I actually found another thing that's cheaper than StreamYard. I'm not supposed to say that while I'm on StreamYard, but yeah, just saying.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm paying through the nose for StreamYard. It's ridiculous. Just to be able to pre-record videos, I'm paying $45 a month, which is absolutely insane.
It is. And we do it because I have so many other pre-recording and all that stuff, and we have so many other shows, but we share through all 4 shows.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. That's good.
Okay, good. All right. They didn't. She gave birth to Smiley anyways. I guess they could have finished her off after the baby shower, but they didn't seem interested. No, they didn't. I think the most important thing was getting Smiley out of there. I really think they didn't care about Fatima. You know what I mean? So I don't know if they would have killed Elgin or anybody else that was in there at that room either. Can you imagine Smiley turned around, looked at Boyd, and said, "I see you, MFer," and charged him? Well, here's the question I asked, right? And thank you for reading it when you did this. But do you guys think that Smiley is going to want to get revenge on Boyd for what he did? Yeah,
100%.
Julie?
Yeah, I think so. I think he'll have kind of a vendetta going on, and now like he was saying in the interview, when we read your question to Jamie, who Smiley, he said that now you got to think too, like the monsters are smarter. They've evolved with their tactics. They ambushed everybody twice this season. So, and now he's back. So if he does have more of an issue with Boyd, then he's going to have even more crafty techniques with the way that the monsters have changed, which is a good point.
Absolutely.
Or does he let it go because of T and Chin?
Interesting.
You won that one. I won this one. Yeah, call it a draw.
Maybe. I hope to see that part maybe in the final season. Said yes, I believe so. If it was Bikini Jade, then Jim would recognize. Yeah, I don't think we want to see that. She made Ethan cry. Did the hatch open because of the song and Fatima's vision? I'm guessing.
I think it did.
I thought it was just because the baby was being born, and it was the right time for the hatch to open so the kimono lady could bring the baby down there. But Brian thinks it was the song. What about you, Julie? You think it was a song?
I'm on the fence. It might have been the song. I'm not 100% on that, but I am definitely convinced about the man in yellow being summoned by it.
Absolutely. Somebody said Jim died doing what he loved, ignoring his children.
Yeah.
That's crazy. What made Jim think he could fight one of those things? He should have ran with Julie. I agree. That thing just popped out of nowhere. You wearing I never seen you before. You out there in the daytime, and we know what these creatures can do in the night. Oh yeah, I'm booking it. I'm gone. If you have to use a stick, you should run.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Julie is now a gym lover.
Yeah.
Oh, you went to the dark side, Julie? That's what it is.
Jim died pushing his wife and daughter. No, I think Tabitha actually pushed him away. She's like, "Oh, I need time." You know what I mean? Which left Jim alone. So I'm blaming her for that.
Oh 100%.
Yeah. You too, Julie? You blame too?
Oh yeah. And she should be blaming herself, because if she hadn't done that to him, if she hadn't just left him alone there after dropping that bomb on him, bombshell, then maybe something different would have happened. He went off to the RV by himself because of that. They would have just gone back to town together.
Absolutely.
Say she should have said, like, "Hey, I love you. All I know is we're gonna make this work."
Facts. No, Dieter, we don't want no Bikini Jade.
No, God, let's not put that out there.
Yeah, I'm not even going to think about that ever again.
Yeah, facts. Facts.
Well, he was supposed to be. Jade was supposed to be in the original script a teenage girl showing up in a bikini. That's how the
where that
character.
comes from.
I have no idea why they changed it. That's such a dramatic shift. Why? I'm glad they changed it. I love the character is my favorite on the whole show, but that's so weird, especially knowing now they must have really changed their whole concept for the show because Jade, we now know, is right at the center of things with this whole reincarnation stuff. He and Tabitha, and they had a child together. So how they must have changed it completely from what they originally conceived for the show.
It was the original Jade, and there's actually Jim.
Maybe.
Yeah, maybe it was switched around. Maybe Jim was. I don't know. It's weird. It is weird that they did that, and it goes to show you, like you said, they had really made some switches on that. I think they had the main concept of the story, and they just decided it would probably work better if they did it like this way. Sometimes it happens, you know. You have a concept, you talk about it, yeah, this, that. We're gonna a girl with a bikini. Then when you really start to get into it, it's like, where does that fit into this type of show? Because when you watch this show, girl in bikini doesn't fit in. You know what I mean? Like, where are we gonna see that? She's just walking around Fromville in a bikini. Why?
Yeah, Costa still got her uniform on. She gotta be a cop.
Facts. You know what? You put in the private chat. I seen that too. Are you gonna start using that, Brian?
I think so. So. Well, at least try it out and see how it works, and then I'll let you know.
Yeah, because StreamYard is this thing costing me $65 a month, bro. I was like,
the thing I put in the private chat.
Yes.
The thing I put in the private chat. Why don't you try, Julie? You can look at it too. It's much cheaper. Much cheaper.
That is the Canadian equivalence of you guys is $44. You guys pay $44. I pay $65 a month. And I seen that because I knew the price was coming up, right? You get the thing that says price come up, and I was like, okay, whatever. But then when it came up, because I didn't know how much, I was like, what? I'm like, I don't want to pay $65 every month for this thing, man. So I was definitely looking for something different as well. Interesting point that Jim and Jade were basically parallel versions of each other since season 1. That's interesting. Julie, but it's for our lives. I think Jim was right. The song was bad after all. Jade played the song and the man in yellow showed up. That was a hell of a song that Jade sure can play. I think the song triggered the man in yellow. I do too. 100%.
Yep.
You love spiders too? Damn, cicadas, spiders. Them little insects, they don't do it for me, man. I'm not one of those guys that like, oh, it's a spider. But if I see it, I'm gonna kill it. That's just me. I'm sorry. Spiders in my house, you should not be in my house. You're gonna meet my shoe.
It depends on how far you are. If you're too high, I'll let you go. If you're like in my face,
I'm climbing up on my couch, and I watch way too many movies. You sleeping and with your mouth open, and that thing drops in your mouth, and boom, nah, that thing. When compared side by side, they do and say so many things similar. It's possible. Bugs are great. No, I'm sorry. No, I'm sorry. I despise bugs, especially for spiders. I'm right there with you, brother. And you see some of those videos, like, you know, people in Australia and stuff like that. Yeah, those bugs are off the chain. There is no freaking way.
Oh, man.
Without bugs, nothing would break down. The ecosystem would collapse. Okay. Smiley in a bikini then?
Oh, no.
Stop it.
Oh, God, no.
You don't want to see no guys with bikinis.
No one should want to see that. No.
It was bad enough seeing Smiley covered in all that nasty blood when he turned around half naked.
I hope people finally catch the peach cans in the secret chamber where Fatima was. This this episode they had like 4 to 5 cans just for us to see. I wonder if Victor went there when he was younger. I don't know because you guys remember that thing was blocked off by like a cabinet or whatever you want to call it, right? So they had to move it to get in there. So I don't really know if it was Victor that was down there. Maybe after Victor got out of there, maybe some of the creatures are got in there or something, and I don't know. I just don't think it was
You know
Victor
what
that
they
had
do.
anything to do with it. Yeah. I think Boyd's boat wasn't in the picture. Boyd's boat wasn't in the picture because the boat, the boat, boat is in Fromville somehow. Remember the theories in season 1 that they would escape with Boyd's boat, and that was why he had the key. Interesting.
Okay.
They was only pulling from Boyd's mind because Boyd only
Boyd.
saw the house he bought. Exactly. Do we think the man in yellow is there since the OG timeline? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, he's in the opening credits, so yeah.
Yes. The boy in yellow, he was there since the opening timeline. And when you guys get my video, you're going to see how I kind of break it down. Could be right, could be wrong. I've been more wrong than right, but at the end of the day, I'm still going to put this video out there. No, I don't think so. Julie is Eloise's place? I don't know about that one. I now believe even more that Eloise got caught by Christopher when she got out of the cellar, or Christopher might have triggered the man in yellow to show up, and that's how she died. I don't know at this point. Was Christopher into music, though? You see, we don't know that, right? Because if the music is what brought them back, then we don't know if Christopher was, playing music, or if it's just we
I
need
mean, the
more.
violin someone did because we had that violin there. So.
Miranda
Yeah,
played the violin.
it was Miranda's violin. Okay, got
Hmm
you. I feel like the red creature figure that's on the wall down in the tunnels might be Smiley's rebirth. It looks
Oh yeah.
it looks similar to when he was getting rebirth, so it's just the birth of creatures. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that. I saw a wild theory that Jim had both of his kids on the last scene. Storywalker Julie trying to change the story, and growing Ethan trying to keep things unchanged. Ethan equals man in yellow. Uh, I don't know about that one because again, then that would mean Ethan killed his own father, right? So yeah,
Well, intentionally too.
yeah. So I don't know about that. That would be crazy, Kramanako. So if the rope was always going to come down, why does Julie even have to be there? This hurts my head. It wasn't that the rope was always going to come
But
down.
she
It
was
was
always going
Julie
to drop.
was always going to be the one to drop the rope. That's what it is, right? So, yeah. Future Julie trying to save Jim after Jade gone bad. Ooh, that's interesting. Loved interviewing Smiley 90 minutes. Yeah, that was a good interview. You guys should check it out. I know it's still up on the channel. It was definitely interesting. That's not what I said. Crying. I was saying everyone agreed with the praise Sarah except Julie. And praise Sarah except Julie. I got you. Julie stood on both Boyd and Sarah being wrong. I got you.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah. We got twos. Really? You put
Twos.
twos in
I
there,
love
Nikisha?
Nikisha.
Really? Oh, that's not cool, man. I was
Still
hoping for some
gangster.
ones. I got a one over here. Been loving Sarah. That's my girl, 100%. Got another one. Hold my beer, gangster moment. She saved Boyd and did what she needed to do to save Fatima and allegedly the baby. One is good, right? Yes, one is good, right? That's your co-host, Julie. What are you gonna say about that? Co-host is Team Sarah.
I completely disagree. I could not disagree more.
It's okay. It's all right for you to at least be wrong once in a while. You know what I mean? And co-host is right on this one. I think I'm right on this one. Brian's right on this one. It's okay.
Just
It's no
saying.
problem. It's okay. No problem. You got way too
Debatable.
many. You got way too many right now, so it's okay. You good, right? You batting like 2 for 1. It's okay. It's better than 0 for 2. That's why I said Julie stood on integrity and holds both Boyd and Sarah as wrong for torturing Elgin. Anyone praising Sarah but shaming Boyd, it doesn't add up.
That's why I praise both for doing it. I got you. Elgin saved Ellis too. He risked his life to drive the van to the clinic.
True.
Yeah, he did do that. Yeah, he did do that. I don't know. He did that before he did the
I
sus
mean,
stuff.
Elgin
You know
still
what I
could have
mean?
died. I mean, Ellis still could have died. It's not like he saved his life for real.
Hmm.
Boyd saved Ellis's life.
Agreed. Elgin saved Ellis when he got stabbed. There was that argument. Where was that argument when Elgin was getting his eye off, right? 13 Monsters, Papa Kimono Lady is there too. Yes.
No, see, but the kimono lady is not necessarily a monster because she's able to pop up anywhere. You know,
Facts.
She's like the mother of monsters in a way.
Facts. Yep. And I think, like, because if you go back and I don't know if you guys really know, I don't know it completely 100%, but the Kimono Lady has something to do with taking kids and stuff like that. Or then there was some drowning. I don't know the whole story completely, but there's a video out there that explains it, which makes sense that she's the one that was there to, bring in the baby's life. So it totally makes sense. I like the way they used her. I don't like this duality between Sarah did a good thing, Boyd gets a pass, Elgin is to blame. Like, to me, they are all being manipulated by the entity. Let them breathe. No, I agree with you. They all been manipulated, and I think because of that is the reason why I think they can be redeemed. Because it's not like they just running out there being serial killers and killing everybody. They're actually being possessed and manipulated by creatures. Now, the only reason I have an issue with what Elgin did is because he could see that creature. And you know what I mean? Like, I'm sorry. Like, no, I'm going the opposite way. Acosta gets a pass. I don't like her. I don't think Acosta gets a pass. Acosta started shooting, right? And she was shooting these creatures and
and she
see
left,
nothing was happening. And she
and then
still
left
continued to
someone
shoot.
handcuffed in an ambulance that
Facts.
told her, "Don't
Yeah.
do this." And she did a lot of bad stuff. I mean, Acosta is just the worst.
Yeah.
Yep.
So do you, because Perp said he thinks Costa's gonna be a loved character. Do you guys think that? I don't. I
I
think she's gonna,
No,
huh? Because
I
I
don't
think
think he
she's gonna
ever
go
loved her.
against Boyd, right? Yeah, she's gonna go against Boyd, and it's gonna cause division. And I'm Team Boyd, so
But
I'm
she
not gonna
still
like
killed
Costa.
somebody. Boyd hasn't killed anyone yet.
Well, other than his wife, but we know the
I mean,
reason why
yeah,
he had to do
he
that,
killed.
right?
He
So yeah,
did it to save everybody else. She
yeah.
killed because she was scared.
Kenny's actor told me he had shot more than those two scenes with Acosta, but they had to cut them due short to time running on the episode.
Oh, really? So now, man.
Hmm. Said I agree with Biggerford here. It wasn't like they were malicious. Thank you. They were manipulated. Still, though, Elgin wasn't talking, and they had to get it out of him. 100%. Acosta gets a pass. She didn't mean to do it, and the monster stood in front of the window. Why did Nikki stood by the window when shots were fired? Yeah,
She
Nikki was.
also left. So the two other people in the ambulance, and she left someone handcuffed to get eaten by the monsters. That tried to save her.
Absolutely. StreamYard is expensive. That's why I use Discord. Yeah, 100%. I had to do that with Biggerford last week when Julie dropped out suddenly. Oh yeah, we had to take over the stream.
Yeah. My cat
Uh,
kicked me off the internet.
That happens. Yeah, that
That's
definitely
why.
happens.
Smiley is going to taunt Boyd. He's gonna be like, "Hey, Papa." I think it would be Grandpapa. Ellis is the daddy. Who's the daddy?
Oh
It's
man.
Ellis. It's Ellis is the daddy. Question: Are those creatures that we saw, the Smiley rebirth, actual OG people that sacrificed the kids? I don't think all of the creatures currently in Fromville are from that timeline.
I think they all are.
I
They're
think they
Yeah.
all are
so.
too. Yeah. I think they all are. All the creatures that we seen there, those are the creatures that sacrificed their kids. I think there was 14
So
because they
there's
sacrificed 7 kids,
7
right?
kids, but one of them was Tabitha and Jade's kid. So it's
Right.
6, 12. So 12 people, 6 couples, 12 people, and then some extra kid.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I guess. Smiley won't want revenge because he liked that game. Yeah, he may have liked that game, but I don't think he knew he was going to die. You know what I'm saying? So maybe. I think they knew Smiley was to be reborn that cycle. Boyd just helped it out. I'm pretty sure that was the entity's plan all along, 100%. Smiley just stood there and let Boyd kill him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he did. He did. But the question is, did he know that those worms were going to kill him, right? Well, I mean, I
Could.
guess. So when we talk about reincarnation and this happening over and over again, the
500
events
years,
that
it
we
might happen again. You know?
right. So my question is, the events that are happening, do all the events happen all the time? So for example, like I said, Boyd getting the worms, Boyd killing Smiley, right? Did that happen in previous
I don't think.
reincarnations as well?
I don't think
I think
so.
maybe somebody got worms. I don't think Boyd was reincarnated, but I think maybe it seemed to me like this is something that's happened before. It seemed
Over
like
and over again, right? Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
when Smiley was being reborn, like it almost felt ritualistic the way that it was
Hmm.
done. That way she placed that pod thing down, and all the monsters were gathered around in a circle. It felt like they did this before. So yeah, somebody probably this probably keeps happening over and over again. The cicada thing and the killing of a monster and whatnot. I just don't think it was like Boyd's past life or anything like that.
I agree. Why are people thinking Jim thought the man in yellow was a creature? He was in shock for what Tabitha just told him. His daughter from the future shows up with different hair. Give him a break.
No, we just wanted
Yeah,
him to live. We just wanted him to live.
that guy looked evil as hell though, and you could tell he knew that the guy was a threat because he literally shoved Julie away. He took his
Hmm.
arm and just
Hmm.
pushed her behind him and said, "Get out of here." And he's looking at the guy. Clearly, the guy looks evil as hell. So why not run?
And
And
we have all black guys, no
yes,
pupil, nothing. Yeah, I would
yes,
assume he's evil too.
that's
Uh-huh.
exactly what I was gonna say. His eyes are black, guys. Like that's the first thing I would. First off, I'm like, where the hell did this guy come from? And then I would have looked at his eyes and seen all black eyes. Oh yeah, I would have been, God. I'd have grabbed Julia and let's get out of here.
I would have been
Cause
what? I don't do that. I don't do
facts,
that.
facts, 100%. It's funny because I watched a stream with a dude that I used to stream with, whatever, and I've been on stream, and he was out in the woods. And I'm like, bro, we don't do that. We
Wait,
ain't out there.
you
We aren't out
asking
there
for it?
strolling in the woods, bro. That's not happening.
Just show luck you can get cocaine bear, and you will deserve it.
You thought Bikini Jade was my sick mind, huh? Julie or Scarlett told me. Oh, they told
Ah,
you about Bikini? Oh, so you guys are the culprit.
Yeah.
So you wait, you want to see Bikini Jade?
No, no, we were joking about it because of she's supposed to be a girl.
I got you. 18-year-old bikini genius. Yeah. Down big at Ford. Not even a good evening. Oh, my bad, Carmenako. Listen, this stream
it's
is
it's five and a
already
half
going.
hours.
Yeah, so I'm
Come
just
on,
trying to
man.
get to the
Give a break.
comments now. I do apologize, but
You
I
want
am
you
glad
want to
you
say
were
give
here,
Jim a break?
brother.
How about we give Anzo a break? A break. Come on.
I am glad you are here 100%. I did say that I would do my best to go through the comments, and that's what I'm doing right now. I know I skipped over a few, but I'm trying to get to all of them, you know? Spiders are good. They eat other insects. No, they're not good. They're nasty creatures, man. I'm sorry. Victor was down there in his flashback. I'm sure he hid down there often, found all kinds of things, probably covered that body up too. I know he was down there, but I don't know if he was in that room though. That's
Mhm.
that's my thing, you know. Man in Yellow is in the opening credits,
Yep.
100%. But if the cycle is repeating, Christopher and Miranda had to trigger Man in Yellow in their cycle. That's a good
Yeah,
point.
that's perfect.
Story Walker is such a cool name. I agree. One Sarah about that life, definitely. It's the first time I realized at Wild Mardra is Julie's co-host Scarlett, right? Yes,
Yeah.
it is. Julie and I don't have to agree on everything. What kind of live would that be? No, I know. I'm just
Yeah, that's
saying. You
you.
know what I
All
mean?
That's just
Yeah,
what you do
trust me. Me and Brian don't agree on nothing.
all the time. I told you he don't like Dark Knight, guys. He thinks it's terrible.
Brian, she was in shock, brother. Acosta was in shock. There were things that looked like humans attacking her. Yeah,
I
but she kept
totally.
shooting.
So she
Go ahead.
kept on doing it even after they saw that it wasn't working, and then she still left someone handcuffed in the ambulance. That she left that happened. It doesn't matter. The fact that you did it is on your body count. That's on you.
Facts, 100%. Julie, any thoughts on that one?
Yeah, I don't give her a pass. I can sympathize with the state she was in. She just saw people transforming into monsters and her EMTs getting ripped up. But I don't give her a pass for what she did. And she started shooting at these things before they even transformed, so she wouldn't have even known if they were human or not. They were just like, standing there. Like the one that she shot at that was in front of Colony House, he hadn't even transformed. He was just standing there. For all she knew, he was a person. So yeah, I don't give her a pass.
I agree. When you shoot one and it doesn't work, you stop shooting. I'm done.
Just
There's no
randomly
reason
shooting
for
people
me
like
to,
you're gonna kill somebody.
There's no reason for me to shoot anymore because I shot you dead blank in the chest and you didn't even flinch. Oh no. Run into that house, open up the door. I'm not shooting anymore. The first thing I am doing is looking for somewhere to get to. And if
Yep.
I see a bunch of people in a house and they seem safe in there, that's
I'm going
exactly
right
where
there.
I'm going. Facts, 100%. Why do they have to cut episode time? Did MGM give a reason? I don't think they cut the episode time. It's just they added that other one, so that's why it was like, oh, the runtime. They should have explained that the runtime was an
It's not.
hour, and then yeah, you know what I mean. Like they shouldn't have did it that way. But again, I understand. Like Julie said, they want to get people to MGM Plus, and I think From is their most popular show.
Easily, yeah.
Yeah. So what best way to get people's eyes on it is to put it after the popular show. I think they sacrificed the kids, but some of the others agreed to drink their blood, like grandma's monsters and teenage monsters. Um, no, I think they all decided to sacrifice their kids. The
Yep.
only two that had an issue with it was the original Miranda and the original Jade, right? So I think it was the original Miranda who told the kids the story that gave them the hope that helped them with the tree. So that's my theory on that. Damn, y'all relax on Elgin. He didn't do everything bad, and Sarah is my favorite character. So they say a lot. He definitely deserves what happened to him. That says a lot. Yeah, I agree. Like a ceremonial ritual. Yeah, it was like that. So which
Was
means
done it
which
multiple
means
times.
yeah, 100%. And that's where I get the clothes thing from, right? Because when Smiley comes back, I don't see him wearing the same clothes that he wore when he died. Like, how did he get them? Did he go and grab the body and dig it up and grab the clothes? No, he's gonna have to find something else to wear. So I believe when they die, that's why they have all these, clothes and relics and all kinds of stuff from the real world is because one, they must like it because they're remembering they were human, and two, because they died and they need new clothes. So that's interesting. So far, I think all the events we have seen so far has happened before. They all have yet to divert from the path they already rode before. We haven't seen that moment yet of breaking the cycle yet. I agree. I agree with you 100%.
Do you think someone went back to the real world before?
Yes.
I didn't see another broken window in the lighthouse.
Oh, maybe they fixed it. It's a good question. Julie, you think someone went into the real world? Like, because if we're saying all the events, then that would have to be one of them too, right? You think that happened too?
It's possible that it happened before. I don't know though, because it seems like maybe the boy in white is doing things differently in each cycle. Like there would be
Trying
changes.
different things out. Yeah.
Tried different things out. Last time he tried telling Christopher to go to the tree, and that didn't work. And I think he gave Christopher a lot more information, and it didn't work. So now he's not giving much information, and sorry, my mom just came in and distracted me. Now he's not giving much information, and I can't even think with you here. What are you doing? Sorry. Now he's not giving information, so I think maybe he's changing tactics. Like he led Tabitha out of there so she could go get that information about Miranda. So I don't know. That might not have happened in the last cycle.
Yep, it might be the first time because I mean, if Miranda would have got out, she wasn't gonna go back. Like, right? You know, this didn't happen again. So
And to be fair, maybe when Miranda was going to the tree, that would have put her out into the real world, and she died before it happened. So we don't really know about that. But yeah, I definitely agree. I thought it could, but that's impossible for the grandma monster to sacrifice a kid. Can you tell him that, Julie? Acosta should get in the box. Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, I don't think all of the creatures are from the OG timeline. I do. I think they all are. And guys, check out my video when I drop it. I'm going to explain a lot of things in there that I have. I don't know if it's true, but we'll see. Only 7 kids are 8. What about the other monster? There's more than 14. Well, I think there was if it's
so
7 kids,
every kid has 2 parents, right?
yeah.
So we have the 6 kids that have the 2 parents. That's 12. So that's the 12 monsters and the 12 emblems, whatever, and all those things. So all of it makes sense when you start to look at the numbers.
I agree. And how many kids were so when Jade's in that circle, how many kids are on the rock?
7.
7?
7.
7? Okay. So 7.
So those 6 and then their child.
Yeah. Maybe they added monsters in each cycle timeline. Could be possibility. Tabitha has too many kids. I don't think it matters that well, I know why you say that now. I got
It's
it.
like,
I was gonna
man,
say I
now
don't think it matters, but
Victor
yeah.
and Eloise
Yeah,
and
and then she has 3
Ethan
husbands,
and Julie, and then every single time she got 3 kids. She got everyone there is probably just Tabitha kids. That's all they are.
Facts. If Tabitha only had 1 kid in the original timeline, why was there always a couple showing up to her in season 1, season 2? There was always a boy and a girl. Akui writers, come on. I don't think it matters that she had more than 1 kid, right? I don't think it matters. It's just the fact that she's reincarnated, and it's going to be different. You know what I mean? She may be reincarnated and have no kids, right? So it's a possibility. They remembered this season to have only the female one show up.
Yeah, he's saying like
Because those 2 kids that are coming to her before, it was like 1 boy, 1 girl, where those both her kids. But I think that she also was the one who told the tale that gave them all hope. So all of them were drawn to her in some way.
Yeah.
And she only had one that was her child.
Right. And that little girl one, like I remember that because that's an iconic image from the show, the boy and the girl that appeared to Tabitha. That wasn't the same little girl. This was the one that just appeared to her now was a different kid.
Mm-hmm.
So that wasn't, neither of them were hers in season 2. And I'd almost bet money on it. I don't remember that little girl's face. I don't think that was hers.
I agree.
From season 2, that wasn't hers.
I agree. Maybe the reason why hers came out is because of the music, right? So maybe she has played that melody for her original kid, and then when she heard it, that's why she came out and said, remember. So 7 was retired. Miranda painted the man in yellow back in the real world. Yes, she did.
Mm-hmm.
To start the transmutation. I think everything that's happening, already happening in other cycles. This cycle wouldn't be broken; it would continue. And storyteller Julie knew when Jim would die. Also, the reincarnation failing doesn't have to mean they died. True. That's why I feel like the town agreed to people's kids being sacrificed to possibly drank their blood like the pilgrim pinned to the tree. That would explain Grandma Monster because they all didn't have kids. I just think Grandma because you had one young girl, right? Remember
Hmm.
the one that he simped for? So you had the young girl, you had the grandma. I just think it was people that had kids at a different time.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Agree
That's
with that.
all it
That's
is.
the thing.
They could have ended up trapped
In a
in a
time loop.
time loop somewhere. Absolutely. Oh yeah, if Tabitha is the one to tell the story that gave them hope, makes sense for them to show up. Maybe Jade is the bad one since he saw them dead on the stones.
No, see, that's what I used to think, but I don't think that anymore. Because he just Tabitha just said that they keep coming back because they failed to save the kids and took,
Hmm.
and one of them was theirs. I don't think Jade is responsible anymore.
I think
I
Jay might
agree.
be the one who doesn't believe though. Doesn't believe in enough time. Same thing like how Christopher didn't believe. That might be his fatal flaw because if you have to go on belief, he's analytical. That might be his fatal flaw. And they both have something that's a flaw. He doesn't listen. Doesn't believe, and then by the time they figure all of it out, it's too late. They ruined it.
Well, I think something would have to happen because right now it seems like he believes. You know what I
Right,
mean?
Yeah. So this
right,
is different. So everything has
Yeah, yeah,
changed now.
yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah,
why
right.
we're gonna have season 4.
right,
Yeah,
right, 100%. Yeah, go
I
ahead,
think
Julie.
this is a deviation. Yeah, this
Go.
is. I don't think this has all happened before. I don't think Christopher had that epiphany, or he
Hmm.
wouldn't have snapped like that.
Hmm.
So yeah, I think this is different.
Which is what's going to break the cycle, right? So it's possible that every other reincarnation did not have maybe the knowledge that Jade has. Because you got to remember, if this has been going on, and like you said, every 45 years, there are things that Jade talked about that weren't even like discussed in real world stuff. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So they wouldn't have known that. So now that Jade has that experience and he knows and he's smart enough to figure out, about energy and all of that stuff. That's why it's different. So I agree with you on that one. I do. It's all started at one time. Martin could have been reincarnation of Jade. No, I think we know it's Charlie. Some devices require a certain amount of battery to operate, and the kid was just 7 needed to start the process. 7 kids. Yeah, I agree. Oh, Jade is the bad one for sure. He saw them dead on the stone. He played that song that triggered the man in yellow. Jade will turn bad for sure. OG Jade drinking blood from a skull. You see, I think that's where this Jade is going to be different. He's not going to take the path of those other Jades.
Yeah.
Possibly. But I don't
Possibly.
know if someone else replaces him or maybe makes him realize something's different. So I want to see what Jade's going to be going forward.
I meant Christopher. Sorry. I've done that in like 3
Yeah,
streams. I keep saying Charlie for some reason. I don't know why. Uh, why would Miranda want Victor to hide from Christopher? Jade is the bad one in the end because I think that Christopher
he's the one that
didn't.
causes the massacre.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
maybe this Jade doesn't do it.
exactly, exactly. He was the one that was skeptical. He was the one that thought the town was always lying, right? So of course he's not going to believe it. But the fact that this Jade is now all in, I think that's where it's going to start to change from previous stuff. Jade is clean, but Christopher touched the alchemy book, or the previous Christopher. We know Jade and Christopher. Who's who's before Christopher? Well, we don't know
We don't
who's
know.
before Christopher. We don't
Mhm.
know who's before Miranda. I think we'll get that information. One of that generation gave their child up, but is reincarnated outside. Oh, you think the cycle will be broken? Oh, sweet summer child, the cycle is already predetermined. It's not going to get broken, sadly. Then that means they're just going to repeat the same thing over and over again. If that's the case, then Nikisha's theory about Ethan coming out of that cellar and everybody's dead would be true. So,
Yeah, Nikisha will like that. So yeah.
yeah, facts. Before Christopher, are the guys that are showing up in in his hallucinations.
That's what I
Yes,
think. I think, like,
yes,
Yeah.
Civil War soldiers and all that stuff.
yes.
All his
A-
people.
Absolutely. Two more comments to go, or one more. I don't think Chris caused the massacre. I think he just did nothing. I think the boy in white caused the massacre. His dad, the man in white, killed them because the boy in white have Chris knowledge. It comes with a cost. Interesting.
Yeah, I feel that.
Said, yeah, I can feel that. All right, guys, we are done. Thank you very much for copping in. Stream went almost 6 hours. Unbelievable. But this was an episode that we really needed to break down because we are going to have so much theories and so much stuff to talk about going forward until 2026. Maybe Christopher triggered the man in yellow, and that caused the massacre. 100%.
Maybe he always does.
Yeah, I agree. Because Jade did it this time, right? So I agree. Brian, tell the people where they can find you, sir.
At 1:30, the Spoiler Kings, we actually going to do a watch party tomorrow at 9 o'clock for Silo episode 3. Cannot wait to do that. And then we'll discuss it on Saturday. But then Mondays and Thursdays, we do our regular shows. But this Thursday is Thanksgiving. So I want everyone to have a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you guys for all being here and doing this with us. And we can't wait till next week. We could start breaking down some of the season 1 stuff.
Absolutely. Make sure to check that out. We will be back next week to start with episode 1. And I think every week we'll do a different episode. So we're going to come out with some stuff and theories and maybe try and debunk some of the theories and come up with answers to new ones. Julie, where can they find you?
It's Julie B Deep Dives. I'll be doing my From Live tomorrow night at 10:30 p.m. Eastern. And then I'll move my Thursday live to Friday because of Thanksgiving, probably around 10 p.m. Eastern. I'm going to be working on my deep dives for the week, which probably will take me to the end of the week. But I mean, I don't have to worry about it. Like, I had been putting out videos close to midnight on Saturday nights, and like that's like the worst possible time when there's a new episode coming out. But sadly, we're all done. No new episodes, so gives me a little bit more time. It'll probably take me all week to break down this one. So I'm doing that, and I'm gonna be doing my silo breakdowns also. And then I don't know, starting next week, I'm gonna have a different schedule. I'm gonna have to iron out the details of that, but yeah, stay tuned on that one.
Absolutely, 100%. Thank you guys for popping in. Much appreciated. You had some messages here, Julie. This one's for us. It's amazing stream. Gonna rewatch the start. Missed a few hours. Thank you. I appreciate it. Julie, get your rest. Took me 20 minutes to realize it. There was another one here that I seen where Dieter said
those are Jade's kids now.
Said keep it on Friday. Works best for me. There you go. Looking forward to Julie's videos. She's awesome from the start. Very realistic theories. 100%, guys. Thank you very much. Much appreciated. We will see you on the next one. Peace, love, and hair grease, and good night.
Once the baby is born, we all get to go home.
You need to decide right now who you are.
This place, it doesn't give. It takes.
Are you okay?
No, I don't think any of us are gonna be.